Yeah, wait for Miranda, sorry.
You're fine. You can do roll call, that's all right.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order this Planning and Zoning Commission meeting at the time of 6 p.m. Miranda, roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Mormon,
Here.
Ritchie, Ferris,
Here.
Waterman. Here. Darling,
Here.
Stecker,
Here.
Weiss,
Here.
Zones, and Nate.
Here.
Thank you. First item on the agenda would be approval of the agenda. Someone like to make a motion for that?
So moved.
And can I get a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, then we have minutes approval for the September 26th meeting minutes. Would someone like to make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion that we approve the September 26th meeting minutes.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, then we have approval of the October 10th meeting minutes. If someone would like to make a motion for that.
So moved.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, next we have public comment. This would be for any item that is not on the agenda. Do I have anyone in the audience for anything that is not an item on the agenda? Okay, we don't currently have any old business. I would like to read something before we move to our new business agenda items this evening. I'm just going to lay out some of the rules of the Planning and Zoning Commission, since we have a larger audience this evening. We do all ask that all persons, including the commission members, staff, applicants, and the public, to please remain in order and abide by the following rules. We may disagree, but we will be respectful of one another. All comments are to be directed to the chairperson and be limited to the issue at hand. Personal attacks and improper language of any sort will not be tolerated. When the commission introduces each agenda item, the following process will take place. First, staff will present the case. Once complete, Planning and Zoning Commission members may ask questions to the staff. Second, the applicant will present their case. Once complete, Planning and Zoning Commission members may ask questions to the applicant. And third, members of the public may address the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding the application. During the public forum, the following rules apply. All people speaking will be asked to clearly state their name and address. Due to the large crowd and the public who have signed up to speak, we ask the comments to be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. For those who did not sign up to speak but wish to speak, we will save time for you once all speakers who have signed up have concluded speaking. We ask that repetitious comments be avoided. If someone has already made a similar comment, please simply note your agreement or disagreement with that comment. All speakers shall address the commission and will not be permitted to engage in dialogue with staff or the applicant during public comment. Any questions on the agenda items shall be directed to the commission, who may ask staff or the applicant to answer the question. Individuals may not speak more than once during public forum, except upon the request of a commission member. Once the public forum has concluded, the Planning and Zoning Commission may ask additional questions from the staff, the applicant, or a member of the public. After all questions are answered, the chairperson will ask for a motion on the matter. Once the motion receives a second, the commission may discuss the motion on the table. During this time, further comments from staff, the applicant, or the public will not be allowed except upon the request of a commission member. After discussion has ended, the chairperson calls for a vote. The recording secretary will make roll call and the vote will be recorded. Lastly, with the large crowd this evening, we have several citizens in an overflow room watching the live stream. Prior to the Deer Run PUD item, we will take a brief recess and allow citizens from the overflow room to come into this room and fill any seats they have open. If there are citizens remaining in the overflow room after that, we will announce each speaker who is up next, as well as the speaker who is on deck, to assure that people in the overflow room have enough time to get to this room and be heard by the commission. With that said, let's move on to new business. All right. Item A would be consider recommendation on request for approval of a plat of survey for Chad Daniels.
Yep, so this is a plat of survey application that was submitted by Chad Daniels on behalf of Joel and Donna Andrews and Paul Wilkin. This property contains a single-family dwelling. The other remaining portion is a farm, currently in row crop production. This plat of survey wouldn't create new parcels. It would adjust the boundary lines between the two properties. So this shows the plat of survey that's being proposed for this agenda item. Parcel A, which is the property that contains the single-family dwelling, would result in a 3.61 acre lot. The remainder would stay in row crop production. This just shows the proximity of the area to the city. It is within a high priority growth area, as you can see, and then currently the future land use map doesn't designate anything other than agricultural for this area. With that being said, after reviewing the request, staff is recommending approval of the request. So if there's any questions on this item.
Do we have any questions from the commission on this item? Any comments from the applicant on this item? I'm not sure if they're in attendance. All right, and any questions or concerns from the public on this item? Would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
I move that we recommend the request be approved as submitted.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Miranda, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Ferris,
Yes.
Boardman,
Yes.
Darling,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Weiss,
Yes.
Nate,
Yes.
Marvin.
Yes. All right. Next would be item B, consider recommendation on a major site plan application for a general industrial use at 1601 East Orchard Place.
This is a major site plan application for 1601 East Orchard Place. This request would allow for a new 18,000 square foot building and a total approximate of 540,000 square feet of impervious surface area. The proposed use would be a new general industrial building. In this case, it would be the Sternquist Construction Building. This shows the proposed site plan. It is within the Indianola Industrial Park 3 that is located on the northeast side of town. They are proposing a gravel outdoor storage shown to the rear of the building. So you can see this is where the building is proposed to be. This is a cul-de-sac right here. This area here will be paved with parking, all of those items. And then this right here shows where that gravel would be. Just note, for typically city code doesn't allow for gravel surfacing unless at the discretion of city council. If opting for gravel surfacing, it does need to be located in the rear yard of the property, and dust mitigation has to be applied on the gravel. We have confirmed with the applicant that they will be providing dust mitigation for the site. This shows the future land use map. Right here, it shows the future use of the area to be industrial, and then this is the location of the site within the industrial park. Staff is recommending that the request be approved with conditions. That condition is prior to receiving final certificate of occupancy. The applicant will need either a variance granted from the Board of Adjustment to vary from opaque screening requirements for the outdoor storage, or a text amendment, if Charlie wants to expand. Otherwise, you can take questions on this item.
And the only thing I'll add is on the gravel exception, that applies only to properties zoned M2 as well. So it's M2 at the discretion of council and has to be in the rear yard.
Do I have any questions or comments from the commission on this item?
I have a question. What area is to be screened? Can you go back to the, there you go. What? Yeah, that's a good one. What would they have to screen there? The whole
The
thing?
gravel area, yep. So
They can go to the Board of
I'll
Adjustment, ask for
expand,
an
so
exception.
a few things is, obviously the commission knows we just have a new zoning code that was adopted 2 years ago, not really new, but still there. We're still looking through and working through some amendments to that as we've gotten into it now for the first 2 years. This is one of the items that we, staff have pinpointed that we'll eventually bring to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So what our condition essentially is saying is that we have to get through that process and possibly make a change to code. If that doesn't happen, then they'll be required to go to the Board of Adjustment, and if the Board of Adjustment would say no, then they would have to do the screening.
That area is gonna be over 10 acres in
It's
size.
large, yep. Which is probably why you can see that we have noted that an amendment might be necessary, so.
And drainage goes north to that retention basin that you can see from Hillcrest?
Yep, there's 2 detention areas on this site. There's one on the north side of there, and then there's also one towards the back side. But again, I think this one will all be piped going north. I'm looking over at Eric really quick, into the large detention basin. So that is a regional basin that was put in as part of the development.
Thank you.
Does anyone from the commission have any other questions about this item? Do I have any comments from the applicant on this item?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Eric Cannon, 2727 Southwest Thunder Boulevard. Here on behalf of, on the project, we appreciate all the work staff has done on this. We understand there is this issue with the screening that we need to work through, either Board of Adjustment or through code. And happy to, make sure we work through that before we finalize everything. So happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you so much. And do I have any questions or concerns from the public on this item? Would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
I make a motion to approve with the amendments.
Would anyone like to make a second?
Second.
Thank you. Miranda, roll call vote, please.
Waterman,
Yes.
Darling,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Vice,
Yes.
Nate,
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
and Ferris.
Yes.
Thank you.
Before we get to the next item, just for the commission in general, we're getting some feedback that the voices aren't necessarily picking up the mics in the overflow room. So just remind everybody, speak very loudly and clearly. So we're making sure that the microphones are picking up our voices. Would really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, item 7C, consider the request from Eric Cannon to rezone property identified along North Jefferson Way and Kentucky Avenue to a planned unit development zoning district.
So Eric Cannon is requesting a rezoning approval on behalf of Inception Group LLC for the rezoning of Kentucky Ridge planned unit development. This application proposes creating commercial lots fronting along North Jefferson Way as well as townhomes on the eastern portion of the lot. The proposed housing density is shown as approximately 13.5 dwelling units per acre. This shows the commercial side of the proposed planned unit development. Uses for the site are speculative. They would need to meet C2 zoning district standards unless otherwise stated in the master plan. Access is proposed along North Jefferson Way. Down here, it's not visible, but in the packet, you can see where that access is. And then another access into the commercial area would be along Kentucky Avenue. This shows a rendering concept of what that could potentially look like for the commercial area. And then here is the residential portion. Again, that density is approximately 13.5 dwelling units per acre. 50 units are proposed within the development. That's just right in this area. And a 0.19 acre future park is proposed as part of the development. That's this area right here. There are proposed renderings for this area. So as you can see, they're townhomes with that higher density. This shows the future land use map. On the left, you can see that it guides for regional mixed use. That generally calls out for commercial uses. It also calls out for housing of a density up to 25 units per acre. And then on the right, you can see the current zoning of the property. It is currently zoned C2 highway commercial. Staff is recommending that the request be approved with conditions. Those conditions are the traffic impact analysis may be required during the site planning or land division phase if determined need for the analysis by the Public Works Director. And then a note must be added to the PUD master plan that states the following. We have received a resubmittal from the applicants that does include this note. As a formality, it could be recommended as a condition, but just note when it goes to City Council, that will be provided. With that, if there's any questions or comments.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments from the commission on this item?
I have a couple of questions on this one. There's a note that states on one of the kind of concept plans that states information about lots 1 through 5 and then outlot Z. And I'm a little bit confused about what that refers to. Is it real? Should it really actually be 1 through 12 and outlot Z?
Yeah, it should be units 1 through 12, and then outlot Z is where the units are, and Eric could maybe better answer that question too.
To members of the commission, Eric Cannon, 2727 Southwest Thunder Boulevard. So that note actually is supposed to read 1 through 50. So it's all the townhome units and outlot Z. So we're trying to differentiate between the residential side. So these will be postage stamp lots where the property line literally is just right outside the wall of your unit. Really just providing that separation between the commercial component, less than half, and then the residential component.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was looking at sheet C100 and that first note, and that's what I was confused about. Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Might as well stay there a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, traffic study will be done and stormwater.
Yep. So, and both of those have already been started. I don't know exactly how complete they are, and Eric, you probably can speak on that a little bit, but as part of this project, there is a proposal on that ravine that goes through the property that conveys stormwater to fill it in, and as part of our review on that piece alone, we've already looked at a stormwater study and had our engineers review that as well. So, and I know the traffic study has been started. I don't know if it's been completely finalized, but we have seen components of that as well.
So when they get to the site plan stage, that will be taken in, those studies will be taken into account at that time?
Correct.
Okay. Question about the park.
Yes.
That's an incredibly small park you're proposing. In fact, let me give you a comparison. At 0.19 acres, which is what you have it listed as, Sesquicentennial Park, which is right here off the southeast corner of this building, is 4/10 of an acre. You're talking about a park in an area with 50 residential units that's half the size of that little piece of land out there. What's the possibility? I assume you're gonna have children here. That park is somewhere else and is bigger. And the other problem I have with it is it's located right down on the corner of two streets. one of which is gonna become a lot busier. Now, we don't have the traffic study, but I'll bet you Franklin's gonna become busier. You've got it right down on Franklin,
Kentucky, yeah.
Kentucky, excuse me. And how about it moving it somewhere into Lot Z or some place where you have a bigger area? Because otherwise, anybody with children here, where would they go? You know how far it is to the next park?
Off the road.
Yeah, across several roads.
Most parts, catty corner.
How far? I would like for you to consider some changes there in park.
So I guess I'll touch on a couple topics here, because I know there's several questions. So one on the stormwater, I'm sure everybody's very familiar with the site and the big ravine that goes through it. So it is a challenging piece of ground. It has been here for a long time vacant, for that reason. So that is part of the consideration for the site, to be honest with you. Filling in that ditch, we're gonna be replacing the sanitary sewer that's through there. It's actually exposed in a section. If you walk down there, you could see it. So there's a DNR nightmare just waiting to happen. So we're gonna be replacing that line. We will be extending a large culvert through here. I believe a 72-inch culvert to be able to pipe that entire ditch. There is a giant head wall to twin 96-inch culverts that go underneath Kentucky, underneath Walmart. We'll be enclosing that with retaining wall, putting a fence above that. So very, very expensive infrastructure just to get the site buildable, in essence, to fill in this ditch and be able to make the ground something. So we've been working with the city on all of these components. We have completed the drawings to fill in the ditch, replace the sanitary, put in the culvert, redo the head wall, got the structural engineer to do all that work. Get all the dirt. We're gonna be cutting everything from the east side, filling in that ditch from the west side to kind of level out the site on some level, but there's still a lot of grade change. For anybody that's been down Kentucky, that street is really steep. You go past scooters and you start screaming down the hill. So even with all of that work, this site has still got a lot of challenges to it. Finding flat pieces of ground to be able to utilize it is tough. With all that said, I understand your concerns relative to the park. We do have a really big park just to the south of here at the intersection of Iowa and Jefferson. I know it's not right next door. I know it is across Jefferson. We understand that. Part of the discussions with staff is how do we satisfy parkland for this, knowing that we are gonna have a residential component. There is some residential just to the east of here. Pickleball was something that was brought up as a need within the community. There is a strong desire for it. We felt this was a really good opportunity to be able to incorporate that into an area that has a lot of access, provide some parking for it, create that amenity space for the community. That was something that we put out there. We're not married to that by any means. So if there are other concerns, and this is just at zoning, I would say really what we're here for tonight is, do we want commercial on the west? Do we want residential on the east? The density was something we wanted to make sure, the 13.5 units per acre. There is a separation between the buildings of 15 feet. So while I appreciate the parkland, we still have to go through the entire site plan process still. We just turned site plan drawings in today. Not trying to minimize your concerns with the park, but really we want to make sure the zoning is going to be okay from your end. Even the commercial component is not nailed down. These buildings aren't guaranteed. They're not going to start putting them up tomorrow. It's just a conceptual idea really on the west side at this point, knowing what could potentially go in there. I think if the park is something that is a concern, that we'll work with staff, we hear your concern. We can talk to Parks Commission and see if that's something that they have some specific ideas for this area. I guess what I'm saying is we're willing to work through those details, but we want to make sure the zoning, you guys are comfortable with that at this point. And then we know we still have to go through the entire site plan process and get those details ironed out, so.
As part of that traffic study, will that include any lights at the intersection there, Kentucky and Jefferson?
So I forgot to mention traffic study. So we have gone through, I think, 3 rounds with AP on that. I think we're right to the finish line. There's a couple little notes, details in there we're gonna finalize. But yes, it has identified the need for a signal at Iowa, or at Kentucky and Jefferson. That is one of the major components of it. The access out here, you'll notice on the PUD, we show a modified entrance in front of T-Mobile. That will be going to a right in, right out only entrance. We'll have a splitter island in there that will restrict access there. We are providing multiple points of access onto Kentucky to be able to evenly distribute that traffic. But the signal is going to be a huge component of really making that intersection work. I think it has a level of service F today. For anybody that's been through there at 5 o'clock, I'm sure it's a nightmare trying to be able to turn left. So,
You don't.
so yeah, I mean, that's the reality of it. So there are levels that are gonna need to be considered, there to be able to make sure this is a function. But to be honest with you, some of the traffic stuff, there's existing condition today that are problems. Now, this is not gonna make it any better, obviously, you know, you're gonna have more traffic, but, those are, again, items we're gonna work with staff and with Public Works, to make sure those are all considered, as part of this project. Cause even the right in, right out in front of T-Mobile, that's off our property. It's not even within the limits of this project, but we understand that that's a need that's facilitated here, and that's a correction that the developers wanted to do, so.
So I have a question that follows up to that.
Okay.
And then I guess more comment for staff that I'm wondering if we can provide a couple comments that could be taken into consideration as you're reviewing the site plan. So that maybe it avoids some back and forth. So my initial comment on the traffic piece, and again, I realize this would be related more to site plan and the traffic study, but just like it looks like you're trying to accommodate for some of that traffic at T-Mobile, I know that in addition to that left turn issue on Kentucky, there are certain times of the day, particularly morning, when there's backup on the street from scooters. I'm wondering if there has been any conversation or attempt to make a conversation to try to work something into this or negotiate. So I realize this is a lot beyond, you know, the scope of this project, but to try to negotiate something that could help resolve that.
So there has been a lot of discussion about relocating their entrance onto this new entrance that's just east of there. Again, we don't own the scooters property. We have no ability to tell them to move their driveway. I believe staff has taken that into consideration. I don't know where those conversations are at, but what we have provided is an ingress egress easement across our entrance just to the east of scooters, so that if scooters wants to relocate their driveway, or if the city wants to relocate their driveway, the ability is there to do that.
That was perfect. That was really what I was looking for, is has there been, I realize you have no control over it, but has there
Again,
been?
a lot of grade change. It's tough, it's tricky, but we think there's a possibility there, but again, not our property, so.
Yep. Okay. My other sort of, I guess, comments for site plan consideration when it comes to that point is like Al's comment about the parkland. Is there maybe something else that could be considered for an alternative, even off-site, that would be more impactful, or some other alternative that could be considered during that process? And then is there any consideration for screening behind, I guess, as a buffer between the existing residentials and what the new townhomes would be? Those were just sort of my comments that would be more related to site plan, but thought I would share them so that they could be taken into consideration before that's in front of us.
And just to respond to that, so just talking with staff again today, we did make the site plan submittal. We do have, it's kind of noted that landscape buffer just to the south of units 37 through 50. So we have a full buffer in that area. We will have headlight screening for the parking on the east, adjacent to any of the existing. So we kind of label that as, I think, vehicular landscape screening. So we've got some plant material in there to screen any of those headlights. There is about 3 feet of grade change right there as well. So you're gonna kind of have some natural grade relief that will help with a lot of that. We do have some plant material up along the north side of units 1 through 12. While there's no buffer required there, we are providing some plant material. And one other item, while we're on this, to note, discussing with staff, it doesn't specifically say it in here, but typically you screen between residential and commercial unless there's a street, which is why we don't do it to the north. There's a private drive kind of splitting them in the middle. So we're just gonna clarify on here that there isn't a true buffer there, but we are providing plant material there, even though it's kind of an interior kind of thing within the development, so. But yes, all those have been taken into consideration with the site plan. And again, we will be back, we'll have to work through those details, but staff's done a great job of communicating all that to us as we've been working through this process, so.
Thank you.
I had a question on the preschool. When we passed the parking on the north edge of the preschool, abutting that land, wasn't that talked about, or a stipulation that would be in connection to this property once it was up and going?
We did discuss it with the site plan, and again, we haven't gotten into full engineering site plan on this one, and I haven't even seen the site plan that was submitted. I didn't know
It
that.
came in at 5, so.
Yeah, I haven't seen it then. It's something that we can work through that process as well, and I don't know if you know the answer to that question off the top of your hand or not, but.
I think there's an opportunity for it there. Again, a lot of grade change that we're trying to mitigate through this site. But again, I think we're making a connection there in front of the wash barn, in front of T-Mobile. I think that's a,
Which is, and I'll just stipulate or state that it just seems like at T-Mobile seems like a very small area. And that's the only one for this large area on the south, so.
I think what Lynn's referring to is, I recall they were short of parking spaces.
Thank you.
And there was a possibility that,
I think you might be right, and I'm trying to recall some of that too, and I think they were short maybe a couple parking spaces, and we talked about interconnectivity in that parking lot to
Right.
maybe achieve some of that plus with traffic flow through there, so, yeah, again, it is something that we can definitely get discussed during the site planning process.
when the preschool was built, that was a problem.
Yes.
and while that isn't the same property owner, there is a relationship there.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions from the commission? Any other comments from the applicant? Any questions or concerns from the public on this item?
And we did have Marilyn Lawson who signed up to speak on this item. I don't know if she's down in the overflow room or not, but.
I'm right here.
Right here, okay.
I've heard what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there a gentleman over here?
What is the minimum square footage of the?
Sir, can I get you to stand up to the podium and state your name and address, please?
John Cook, 100 West Hillcrest Drive. What is the minimum square footage, excluding the garage, of the single dwelling?
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I come correct. So it is a 3-story product garage below and then 2 stories of living above that, so it's 1,750 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow, so would they look like a couple that have recently been built on Iowa?
Here's the proposed rendering currently.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And
then-
enough parking.
Yes, yeah, so we are providing business parking on that east side.
And just so you know, again, that last condition that was recommended that Emily noted was now on the site plan was done in part because we were trying to make sure that the appearance from Kentucky, as you're driving by, looking at the backside of those buildings, that there is some elements to the facades and the design standards that are met on that portion of it. So that's where that condition comes from.
Do you have any other questions or comments in regards to this item?
My question would be, in regards to that visitor parking, there's 9 spaces for 50 units. And obviously, there probably won't be a street parking there with the big driveway or driveways being over there, so that would be something to look into maybe too. Just
And
all be on one side.
so from our standpoint, again, they've got 2-car garages, 2-car driveways as well. So theoretically, nothing stored in the garage and all that. You've got 4 spaces right there. So this was just meant as some additional space in there as well too. So they're meeting our parking standards as laid out in our zoning code by what they're proposing right now. In fact, they're probably going a little bit above and beyond just that visitor parking.
Do you have any other questions or comments in regards to this item? Would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
I will motion to request the approval with the conditions. As noted, the note has already been added, but following staff's recommendation.
Would anyone like to make a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Miranda, roll call vote, please.
Nate,
Yes.
Weiss,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Darling,
Yes.
Waterman,
Yes.
Ferris,
Yes.
Marmon.
Yes. All right, moving on to item 7D, the Emerald Bay Planned Unit Development. Item 1, consider the request from Wally Peltz for a future land use amendment for property identified as 2103 North Jefferson Way, parcel number 490-2413-0880.
This is a planned unit development request submitted by Wally Pels on behalf of Jesse Rogas. There are two applications on this item. So the first is going to be the future land use map amendment. And then for the planned unit development. So in sum, there should be two votes in relation to this item. The application proposes creating commercial lots fronting along North Jefferson Way. It also shows housing along the western portion of the lot. It also proposes a future 2.2 acre park. And this shows that plan here. So the blue parcels or areas are what would be those commercial uses. Uses all around are speculative at this moment. A potential gas station is posed for this area right here. Then this shows that 2.2 acre parcel for future parkland with a regional water retention area. And then this, the remaining portions show where the housing would be. And then this goes over the housing. They are proposing density for the multifamily area, so that's this green section right here, to be up to 25 units per acre. The townhomes, which are the remaining portions, and row housing would be up to 8 units per acre. This shows the future land use map as well as current zoning. So this is in the future land use map, it calls for low density residential at this time, as well as a future park to be located in this area. The zoning, it is split zoned at this time. So you have R2, which is your single family residential attached on the northwestern portion of the lot. There's R1, which is single family detached along the southern portion, as well as highway commercial along the eastern front. Staff is recommending that the request be approved as submitted for the future land use amendment. And then for the planned unit development rezoning, we are recommending approval with conditions, that condition being that a traffic impact analysis be required if during the site planning or land division phase, if determined need from the Public Works Director. And if there's any questions or Charlie has anything to add.
Thank you, Emily. All right, do I have questions from the commission in regards to this item?
I do have a question on the multifamily portion of that. I'm seeing the parking spaces at 1.5 spaces per unit, and it looks like that would be adopted into the PUD if we approve it. R3, if I'm understanding what I looked up correctly today, is R3 currently at 1 space per bedroom? Or is that not accurate?
Let me pull it up here really quick and just verify, because I thought it was 1 per. Yes, 1 per bedroom is what it
1
is.
per bedroom. And do we know what the size, I realize we're not at that point yet, but do we know what the proposed unit sizes would be? I guess I, in general, have a concern with just that 1.5 spaces per unit from a parking standpoint, if they're anything larger than 1-bedroom apartments.
I don't know that, and when the applicant can answer that one better when they're ready to speak too, so.
Could you go back to the picture?
This one?
Thank you.
If you're ready, yeah.
With the
Yeah,
applicant, like to-
I was waiting to be invited, so.
Sure.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, members of the commission. My name is Wally Pelds with Pelds Design Services, 2323 Dixon Street, Des Moines, Iowa, 50316. This is a very fun project for us. This is one that our client Jesse Rognes approached us with, saying, I have a user that we need to get into a corner which shall not be named, but that will be our anchor. And then we looked at the rest of the property and said, oh boy. So if you've driven past it, it undulates quite a bit, right? Similar to the one that was previously before us. So we started looking at different ways that we could improve this property. One of them being we wanted to address the regional stormwater, because we find that as a benefit that when you do one regional facility, it functions better in stormwater capacity, in treatment, and all other matters. So that's where we ended up with a 2.2 acre park as a part of our proposal. We want to create walking paths, some other items, and again, we're in the zoning stage, so I haven't been cut loose to do the design part of it, but I can tell you where conceptually we're thinking. It has lots of distinctive features. This is kind of a mix of commercial and residential and different forms of residential, which makes it very walkable. So the path was very important. The trail that's being connected to Jefferson Way, that 10-foot trail that's supposed to be extended, that's also part of our operation, as well as the intersection that is currently the veterinary clinic's entrance. That, from our quick research, has shown that the DOT implemented that. That's been built per DOT standards. It's a matter of reassigning that traffic signal, which I imagine will be part of our traffic analysis when we do it. I'm not telling you we may have to do it. I know we're going to have to do it because there's a signal there. Beyond that, we are looking at that multifamily, and the trend that we've been seeing is so much closer to a one bedroom or an efficiency is what the demand is in this market, because so many younger generations are working from home, and many working establishments are allowing them to work from home. So the parking space is not as needed as it was. So we kind of did some rough calculations. Most of those are one bedroom, some two bedroom, and quite a few efficiencies is the way, just preliminarily. Again, we'll go through the site plan process. We can give you all the details. But we felt that was a pretty comfortable one because we're trying to compress it to make more room for that regional detention in that park area. Around to the south, we have agreed to do buffering. We've just done some quick calculations. There's some decent soil on top that they farm. And as you know, I'm not allowed to haul all that topsoil off, so I got to do something with it. So what we've proposed is along the residential side on the south is to create berming, screening with that soil, creating like a physical barrier on top of landscaping and plantings, because the dirt has to go somewhere. Ideally, we'll be creating a nice crossing. The pond at this point is estimated to be 15 to 20 feet deep based on our preliminary models, which should then, we've been discussing with the city about, there are some DNR funds to make it a fishing hole, like get it stocked with fish so that it can be open to the public. We also have enough green space there allowed for parking for the park. Again, these are all program things that we will do in the further stages. But at this point, this is our concept. We think we've stayed within the realm of what is the intent of your ordinance. Most everything is tied to your ordinance. Where it's not, we're bolding it and asking for a little bit of a shift. That's the purpose of the PUD and the mixed use of it and its proximity. So with that, I'm giving you a lot of information. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Anyone on the commission have questions for Wally?
I have a question for Charlie about the density, particularly, it is over what is recommended, isn't it, in the green area where the apartments are going to be?
As far, when you say as recommended.
Well, I see on here they have, what? The density is up to 25 units per acre, and that's higher than what's recommended, isn't it?
Our
multifamily?
comprehensive plan in the high density areas does allow for up to 25 units per acre.
Okay, so why is it in bold on here then?
Let me
Because
get on the same
everything
page.
that's an exception is in bold.
Is that on their application?
Page 72.
Give me 1 second. What's that?
Charlie, it's on the third page,
Third page of.
or fourth page of my application.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Under zoning setbacks requirements for each R3 use.
Oh, I know it, so and I apologize, you probably know the answer to this. So again, our comprehensive plan allows for up to 25 units per acre. Our zoning in the R3 district limits it to 20 units per acre. So you're dealing with two different things here. Obviously, the zoning is the law. The comprehensive plan is kind of the policy that we write the law off. When that particular regulation got written into our code, it was under what the comprehensive plan called for in those areas. So they're asking for an increase, which does match the comprehensive plan. It's just a little bit above and beyond what our current zoning states today. Sorry, it took me a little bit to get there.
Do you have any other questions for Charlie or Wally from the commission?
Can you go over the land layout? Just looking at the top left corner, the orange, the yellows, are those six units per that 1.3 acres or 1 point?
Those are those condo, the yellow is a condo kind of concept that our client feels would be kind of good facing towards overlooking the golf community.
Okay.
The ones in the orange are more of a single family townhome, but still a townhome. It's that resident that's looking for that ranch with a walkout towards a nice view. However, we want to push them a little bit closer together. That's where we get to those tighter side yard setbacks. The purple is similar to the orange, but again, it should be a different product. We're trying to give some variety in it. Number of bedrooms, number of parking, like garage stalls. We're thinking some of the higher end ones would have 3-car garages, potentially some 2-car garages. Then the ones to the south are again a different row home product, and we're looking at a whole bunch of different ones. That might not be the final version of it. Again, we're just trying to give a scale and a sense. We tried to push it as close to the road as we could to give separation from the neighbors to the south. I think the golf course in itself kind of provides a buffer for us on the backside, and we'll kind of want to sell those views, right? And then the apartment buildings where the density was asked for, again, because we're getting into
and just fitting housing in where it fits according to other communities or neighboring communities here. I'm just looking at it, just to me appears, and looking at other golf courses, this appears to be a very tight amount or I'd say a tight or a lot of houses along a golf course. If you look at the properties to the south, I mean, look at the size of their yards compared to what's available here. The amount of apartments there, it just seems like we're packing a lot into this area. So I just want to bring that up as an opinion. In comparison, we've had other housing developments that have not put neighbors to them that fit the neighborhood. Smaller housing that maybe should fit in another neighborhood, larger housings that should go together, and I'm just not seeing this being very congenial, but just want to put my opinion out there.
I would respectfully disagree with you, as I'm actually working on a is that density got built on the golf course. Again, there's a variety on the golf course. This is not a golf course community, it just actually backs up to it. So the residences to our south, I believe, are mostly single family. And there are some, I think, townhomes or duplexes as it goes further south, but I haven't studied that area, so that's just from a quick blush. I would tell you, I think we're keeping some separation. Again, the density that we're asking for is to help offset, there's a lot of infrastructure to go in here again. So it's a, part of your metric is dollars and cents, right? I can give you an example where you might think one of these townhomes isn't very big or useful. I mean, the ones that we're doing in Glen Oaks that would be similars in model, they're 300,000+ per unit, right? And they have quite a few the square footage is there. Again, that's a 25-acre parcel. So it's always a scale thing for me. Like I wish I could print bigger pieces of paper to show you how large it actually is, right? So with that, I mean, it's a little over 900 feet north to south, right? And we're showing 6, 12, 18 units over 900 feet. I don't think that metric measures out poorly. I mean, I know we have the gap where the discharge for the pond will be, and we'll have some other controls, but I think we've looked at not influencing the golf course in a negative way by any means, right? And along the site planning process, if we need to screen, pretty sure I have lots of black dirt still to lose someplace, so.
2 questions. What's the light blue in the upper left-hand corner?
That is a future road right away that the city staff requested.
Okay. And
Mainly in the event if we always plan for the worst, golf course goes away, we can get a road. I hope it doesn't ever happen, but we're always preparing for things like that.
okay, it wasn't labeled, so I was curious. And then there's a trail, future trail shown through here.
Yep, that's the 10-foot trail that comes off of Jefferson Parkway. So at the intersection, right where it's the lighted intersection, across the street is the 10-foot trail. So we're bringing there's gonna be a crossing there. So pedestrians can cross that 10-foot trail where they're looking to extend the trail system.
And would it dead end at the country club?
There's future plans that show it going kind of north of where the country club property is. Through there, as we develop out, we would continue to push that trail to the west.
So it fits the trails plan?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Have any other questions? Wally, did you have any comments that you'd like to make on this?
I think I've spoken enough.
All right.
That's okay.
I know we do have some questions or comments from the public. Charlie? I think
Yep,
has-
we have Scott Damon and Katie Damon who have signed up, and then if there's anybody else who wants to speak after that, we can accept those. Another sheet. Right here, I'll get it. Thank you for that.
Those people on that list are in the stairwell. My name is Scott Damon. I'm at 209 West Hillcrest. One of those residents that, you actually can't see my property there, but I am friends and neighbors with the people who are impacted to the north there. And I just want to say, my family and I, we moved here from the state of Nevada. And one of the reasons we chose Indianola was for a couple of reasons. One was at the time it was directly between 2 of our jobs. And then the other was we looked at it as a community that had opportunity for growth, but had a great comprehensive community plan to remain a small, like a city that was desiring growth, but never lost its small hometown feel. And we've got tonight, and I don't want to steal anybody's thunder for this PUD, or as a lot of folks here, for the Deer Run. And I wish you guys could see, maybe someone take a picture of the overflow. There's standing room in the overflow and how these PUDs actually impact our community. Wally, I appreciate you. Your company just did a survey on my property to make sure I would be able to stay within my bounds of my property when it came to dealing with any neighbors. I have great neighbors. I just wanted to make sure everything was on the up and up, should we ever decide to build a fence. But when you have great neighbors, why do you need a fence? So I want to tell you what I think. So my wife is a big fan of Quick Star Gas, which I believe is the unnamed tenant there in the top right in that blue. And while I think another gas station could be beneficial, I don't really see the purpose of another gas station when Casey's is right across the street. Let's not forget that Casey's is right across the street, and we're talking about our neighborhood and that neighborhood's access to groceries, other businesses across the highway. We have the wellness center. We have all sorts of medical facilities and access to Walmart, Hy-Vee, Phillips 66. I can't see that we need additional infrastructure right there when it comes to commercial businesses. I do see a benefit to commercial properties, residential properties, but not at that density. Wally was mentioning that when you look at it, it's not to scale, but when you look at the average lot right there on the bottom, right there, the north part of my street, those are typically 3rd-acre lots. When you're looking at it just roughly, that a 3rd-acre lot is being split between 2 to 3 properties, that's roughly, 75 feet of left to right? That's a pretty narrow lot. We're also talking about their justification was walking trails, picnics, playgrounds, and other outdoor activities which will enhance the life of residents. Not sure why we're putting in playgrounds when most of the dwelling units were stated to be studio or 1-bedroom. I don't know of anybody who, outside of new parents, who would have their children sleeping in the room with them. We're talking about affordable housing. Well, sure, a studio or a 1-bedroom condo will be cheaper than a single family residence. But if we're trying to bring in families, that's not how you do it. When we look at what maybe makes sense is more single family. We have a development to the north of that's already plotted. Lots of opportunities for homes in there. You have senior living centers across the other side of Jefferson. And not to mention, if we're gonna have families there that wanna use the wellness center, that requires probably a drive for most families, even though it's within walking distance because you're crossing a 4-lane highway. It doesn't make sense to put that dense of housing in that location. The selling point of the golf course and the views of the golf course, I encourage every one of you to go out there and look and see what that view would be. It's trees. You don't see the golf course. My cul-de-sac out there is one of the last views that you have of an open golf course. And that's the reason why I love that neighborhood and I love that house, is because I can step out on my front porch. I've got a beautiful view of the sunsets. My mom is in North Carolina. She likes to come visit us because of those sunsets. And while the golf course hopefully isn't going anywhere soon, the other thing I want to point is that future road. That future road's going to go to Country Club Road. And I guarantee you that if the residents on Country Club Road knew about this PUD, they would be in here saying, we don't want it either. Because their traffic is going to increase 10-fold, 100-fold, because all that traffic from the center of town no longer has to go to main route. They're going to come right up through Country Club Road and cut across, which means even more traffic when you look at what the impact may be to families. It's a great idea. It's a fantastic idea, but it doesn't work in this spot. Move it across the highway if you want high density. You've got high density across the highway. Keep it single family residents. Love the park. The park falls in line with the community plan, right? We wanted a park right there. I believe if you look at the master plan, right where the existing pond is where the star is. I love the idea of a park. 2.2 acres, a little small for what I'd like. It's a lot bigger than the PUD there at Walmart, the spot for piece of art, you know? But I see benefits of the gas station. Again, my wife loves Quick Star. I see the benefit of a park, but there's no trail for us to get there. We'd have to cross the highway, go down Jefferson, cross the highway again. So the only people who get to enjoy that park are right there. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie, was there anyone else signed up?
There's Katie Damon as well too.
Hi, my name is Katie Damon, 209 West Hillcrest Drive. So we live right on the other side of that. I would question for the commercial space that is there. My concern is how it negatively will impact the livelihood of the current residents and even future residents. If you're putting a convenience store like a gas station, that typically doesn't benefit someone's health that's there. And it may be good in the overall kind of planning as you're looking at health of the community to include health members, public health as part of that planning to be able to address community needs. I would also propose that if there is a gas station that's going there, if we think about that's a large business, lots of traffic and noise. There is also across the street a car wash that is going in, which will be lots of noise and traffic with the machines and the washing. And then there's another car wash that is going on that is being built just by Pizza Ranch. So you figure that corner, you now have lots of noise. And I am concerned about if there's been any sort of noise pollution study that's been done of how that would impact the residents with all of that increased noise in that area. And then also with the residential space backing up right along to current single-family homes, that negatively impacts their livelihood, their property values. And so I would propose that there would be no commercial space that backs up to current single-family residents to protect the current families that live in those homes.
Thank you.
And then we do have three more.
Good evening, all. My name is Mike Wilson. My wife Sue is here with me. We've got two daughters, and we live at 114 West Hillcrest Drive, which is, I believe, Lot 6 on the map that you guys have there as part of the Emerald Bay development. First and foremost, thank you all for allowing us to come in tonight and provide some feedback on how we feel our place should look here. We want to present some thoughts to the Planning and Zoning Committee of the efforts to help the council here and our city manager and community development director make informed decisions. We moved here from in town approximately 5 years ago to our location now. We lived across town at North 15th, I'm sorry. We moved over this way because we wanted the calmness, tranquility of some small town living, but also access to the great things that Indianola has to offer for our family. So when we got the postcards, ourselves, our neighbors as well, a bit taken aback by the proposed development with 2-story homes in our backyard, townhomes that are gonna block potentially that view there, as well as commercial developments as well. We know that Indianola has a desire to grow as a city. And we know that this evening we're not only discussing our community or our area, but also other neighborhoods too. So that's important for us to acknowledge. For you, we'd ask that have you thought about the current infrastructure of our town to be able to support, as we shared, the other group shared with us, such a dense group of housing to go right into that space. Have we considered that? Are we prepared for it? Do we have law enforcement, healthcare, roadways? Are the schools ready for this growth? All things that we should take into consideration when we're looking to grow in our community. As a current homeowner, our direct impact on the project is on this project. Just want to make sure that help us understand, help us achieve per se peace with this, but make sure keeping in mind our views and our families. There's a little bit of talk about the embankment, barriers and things from residential and commercial, which is encouraging to know. We know that you're in the planning phases, and we'd hope that you'd consider those strongly to help us not only keep our buffer, but also they already had shared that the area is going to be interesting to navigate with what they have to do. They shared with the soil being pushed back, they got to do something with it. So those are things that'd be interesting for us to know about. Discussing the size of the houses, the ranch style homes, townhomes, things like that are important for us to understand more clearly. We know that you serve as a volunteer, right? So thank you for understanding as we all, as a team working through this development together. Obviously, we'll have to make compromises, considerations, but hope that you'll hear our voice tonight that in the area that we are, we're quite comfortable there. We understand that city's looking to grow, but there's got to be some thought put into how that looks in that side of town. So, Sue, do you want to add anything?
No, just thank you guys for serving, and we appreciate you listening to us. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
John Kellogg?
He left. It was a bit warm in the stairwell. So
How about Mike Cash then?
Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Cash. Am I okay to talk? Yep. My name is Mike Cash. I live at 110 West Hillcrest. Just bought my house 8 months ago. And when we bought the property, we was told our realtor that it was undevelopable. So, we're country living, we love it, sunsets. Everybody's touched on all the good points. I would propose that I seen you have your original map where your commercial is not pushed quite down as far, commercial property towards the highway. I want to make this point, and I know it's going to be argued, but anybody gets a gas station in their backyard, it kind of, decreases your property value a little bit. So I'd like for everybody to keep in mind, barriers. I don't know how far commercial can be to residential. Water, that's another good one. The rainwater, the runoff. We have a very big ditch back there, like everybody talked about, and that water goes somewhere, comes from somewhere. Just standing at my place, looking back, I could see the bed. The grade line's pretty massive. So it's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna cost somebody a lot of money. But I just hope everybody keeps in mind that seeing this. You hear horror stories, easements, you're gonna cut through my yard and put a sidewalk so somebody can get from here to there, Housing, we want the city to grow, right? We want people to come here. Schools, we've heard about all that, the schools, but I think we need to be mindful of what kind of housing we put in. And, you dream big, but I just hope everybody keeps in mind what that commercial property will do to everybody else. All my neighbors that live all the way down there, 2-story housing, that's pretty good punch in the gut. But, that's really all I got. I appreciate you guys listening to it. But like I say, the rainwater and all the goodness that's, that could come from this, I just hope that we keep mindful of the people downstream. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
I don't have anybody else, but let's just make sure nobody else wants to.
I'm Bob Freeze, 10660 G24. I'm the vet clinic. So when I look at it, and I know we're gonna work on it, but we can get in right now, but I don't know if you're ever gonna get out of there. If you got a 24-foot livestock trailer trying to get out of there, it's gonna be tricky. It's kind of like O'Reilly's, getting out of O'Reilly's and everybody's lined up in Iowa and you're turning left. It's a jumble, so. And I know we can work on, there's stuff we're working on, but, the other thing is, long time ago, we had to put our own water line in. Water line for Indianola Vet Clinic starts at West Hillcrest. 2-inch line clinic. It was, city wouldn't bring it, rural water, they didn't want them to bring it, so that's how that ended up. So there's some stuff to work up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Christy Elbert. I live at 119 West Hillcrest Drive, and I've lived there since 2007. We do have a beautiful neighborhood. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. When you're thinking of building the housing, it would be nice to have like housing against like housing, like your single-family homes, butting up to your single-family homes, even if there is, rather than the townhomes. I have concern about the traffic. Traffic has gotten much busier with the Y and the Wellness Center, everything right in there. And so adding the multiple family apartments is just going to make that area much more traffic heavy. And as well as, I love the idea of getting the trails to go. That's going to be a very, very busy area. You may want to think of a pedestrian bridge for that area, just because people don't necessarily slow down really quickly right there. There is a lot of traffic. So those are my concerns. I just think you should, it would be nice for the consideration of the housing to have like housing on the other side.
Thank you so much. Do I have anybody else here to speak on this item?
My name is Donna Hallstrom. I live at 218 West Hillcrest Drive, so I'm clear at the end. It just seems so different from our street. And our street is kind of a little bit of an island because we are a dead end. So we don't really go with the neighborhood that's to the south of us. And this is dramatically different from what our street is. And it just feels strange, like we won't really go with anything. I think it would be in your interest to have that continuity flow. So Christy, I echo your opinion.
Thank you so much. Do I have anyone else here in the audience to speak on this item? Is there anyone in the overflow that's here to speak on this item?
There's about a 30-second delay between when you speak and when they hear it.
Okay.
We'll double check it, so.
Okay.
Apparently nobody's out
What's
there.
that?
Stairwell's good, they're checking you.
Okay.
Okay.
And in the meantime, if there's any questions, I think we can answer.
Or Wally, if you'd like to address any of the concerns.
I can do that. Again, good evening, Wally Peltz, Peltz Design Services, 2323 Dixon Street, Des Moines, Iowa. We're listening intently, right? Again, this is the planning stage. A couple of things I did want to reiterate. We do not make a connection into Hillcrest. This is a self-contained community. It's kind of a newer idea. You make the pods, right? So the traffic has to come in and out. We actually only have one full access on 65, 69 when it comes to traffic. And that will be identified in the traffic study that we are charged with doing. I know it was asked about 24-foot horse trailers. Pretty sure if I can design roadways for the big fins that you see on the highway with the magic turning wheels, we can figure out how to get a horse trailer into the veterinary clinic. The other part is, I do want to point out our southern boundary. So if you've all driven 65, 69, you guys know this piece. There's a ridge there, right? So our homes and our street is already like 20 foot below that property line there. Everything's going to be pushed down because I need to make things balanced. The backyards that we'll will be that mound of dirt that we talked about, plus the hill, right? So we are very intent on changing the appearance so that it doesn't obstruct. I mean, we want to make it beautiful. My client does a lot of work. I have not known him not to care. I did hear contradicting things about connecting the trail to the south and not connecting the trail to the south. Again, I'll defer to city staff on what their plan is on that. And then as we're talking about corridors, so I know everyone does, the 65, 69 corridor, whether we want to admit it or not, that is your commercial corridor, right? Where else are we going to put commercial? We think we did a pretty decent job of keeping it in that 400 feet, which matches with your comprehensive plan, other sides of the street, just kind of looking at the whole thing overall. So I think that's what I kind of remembered from people mentioning it. If you'd have anything else for me, I'd be happy to try at these early stages to answer.
Yeah, just the commercial that's in the lower right-hand corner.
Correct.
Up against the single lot houses or R1, I assume it is. Is there flexibility on that?
Oh, absolutely. Again, please don't take.
More residential than commercial?
I can talk to my client about that. Ideally, again, I'm just looking from a planning perspective when we look at anywhere. When you're along a highway, that's typically where commercial gets pushed. It really can't go anywhere else, right? I mean, you can do the neighborhood nodules, the convenience store, which, again, I can't say at this point, but I think everyone knows, is at that corner of a lighted intersection. It's a four-way intersection. That's one of the better places to be because that intersection will be designed to accommodate that traffic and not push it into a residence, right? So I think we've done what we can. I have no objections of, again, please don't, these are our designers kind of just coming up with ideas. So these are not the final site plans. Each individual one will have a site plan. Each individual one will have to address their issues with how they deal with the neighboring properties. We as a developer are going to try and make it as amicable as it possibly can be, right? We don't have a use for that corner right now. So it'll most likely get graded, dressed, and stay there until someone says, hey, I want to move here. Besides that, I think we're just looking at the densities that we've given, we actually feel are not very dense for 25 acres, especially in its proximity to, we have all the commercial industrial across the street. We also know from some recent studies that were done about Indianola, you have quite a few travelers, right, that come from Indianola to Des Moines, Des Moines to Indianola, which gives it a good place to be on the north end of town, right, instead of pulling all the way through town. So just some of the things we considered when we did this. And with that, I'll stop talking.
So given that this is in the very, very early stages, there would be consideration then maybe for less density as far as the housing.
We can certainly look at it if it pencils out. Again, it's with the loop structure that we have to create for fire protection and everything else, it's a large burden to carry on a few homes, right? That can impact whether you could sell them or not, right? If I have to do a $25 or $25,000 surcharge on each lot because of my density goes down, that it starts to push things, right? So it really does boil down to dollars and cents and what people can afford today. And with the interest rates not being forecast to at least drop anytime significantly, there's a market that people can afford. So.
Are you telling us it's part of the conundrum of how to produce affordable housing?
That's a much deeper philosophical question that I'm not qualified to answer at this point.
It also seems like I don't know, as you work in other areas, is the world in a transition from so much single lot, single family housing to more housing like this?
I can tell you from my experience, more of my single-family projects are on a shelf right now. Nothing's moving forward. I got commercial and multifamily because people can afford it, and it pencils. Or large single-family. The other projects that we do are extremely large, custom homes that are 6,000 square feet and above. Those haven't slowed down. Those are still, people are still asking for that. So there's a big gap, right? I think that's just a part of the market that we're in right now.
Jesse Rognes, 12509 Fulton. I just wanted to address some of the Hillcrest people that got up here and spoke. Obviously, everybody wasn't here, so everybody didn't get a chance to speak and give their opinion. But as we go through this process, I'd be really willing to sit down with all of you and have a homeowners meeting to hear what you're wanting. I am trying to create something beautiful for the city. I did look at putting a big park area with a pond and giving other activities for the people in there. A comment was made about a park. I don't think we talked about, we haven't put a design to the park yet, whether it'll have playground equipment or what exactly will be in there. But the apartments, even if they are primarily efficiencies or single bedroom, a lot of these other houses are gonna be nicer, higher end, multi-bedroom. As everybody knows, cost of ownership of a house is like, it's more than just when you go and buy it. There's taking care of the property. There's all those other things that you have to contend with. So to the point you were making about the transition, some of that is you have a smaller lot. It's a little bit cheaper, more affordable to buy, but you can still put a beautiful house on it. You don't have as much yard space that you have to take care of. So there's a lot of things that are kind of changing that. So, plus I don't know if people know how to mow their own lawns anymore.
Thank you.
Some of us do.
Don't want to.
Is there anybody else in the audience that's here to speak on this item?
Actually said I wasn't going to, but Melissa Sones, 1208 Lancaster Way. And I heard Wally say that there's only one entrance, but I saw two on the map. So I just have a question. If there is only one, I actually grew up just north of here, and I know how busy the highway is. And adding all this additional traffic in and out of that entrance where Indianola Vet Clinic is today concerns me because the traffic is moving quite quickly, especially coming into town. And now you're adding, 5 commercial businesses as well as the residential traffic coming in and out of the southbound lane. I just have a safety concern. Like I said, having grown up out there, I've watched traffic quite a bit. And so that's just my concern, something to consider. And by the way, is this not another entrance or?
Yeah, I said one full entrance. Full entrance means I get to cross the street. The one on the south can only have right in and right out.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hello, excuse me. I'm Jim Bright, James Bright. I live at 118 West Hillcrest Drive. We've lived there for over, 20-some years, I guess. But it's a beautiful community and, like we said, there's going to be development. And, there's a lot of, single, built homes. And I would like myself too. And like I said, the commercial up against, there's no commercial on the end of the street. So putting commercial next to homeowners, I could see where that would be troublesome. And there's a lot of addition there. And there's still a big demand for homes. I've been in the construction business for years, and there's still a big demand for single, dwelling properties. And, we want to keep this as a family-oriented community where we raised our family there, and now we have grandkids coming. We have great-grandchild now. And, you know, we want to keep it in that frame where, you know, you start building too many of these, like you said, you're not gonna have families moving there because it's too small. And we want our town to grow, but we want it to grow as a family town, not just some place to live. You know, we want to keep it, you know, I coached soccer when, that was great, you know, you got the kids and everything, and you're not gonna have that if we keep bringing in, you know, smaller, you know, areas where, you know, we live here, but, you know, we're not gonna have a family, or we want our neighbors to have kids, so, you know, they can all, like, when I was a kid, our neighbor had children too, you know, if you keep, you know, we wanna develop childless area, we want a community that has an area for families to grow, you know. I think to me, that's what Indianola's about. We're far enough from Des Moines, we want to be a community that grows as a family style community, not just a place to live. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that's here to speak on this item? Paula, do you have anything else you'd like to add? Do you have anyone on the commission that would like to ask any other questions?
I'd like to ask a question just about the commercial side on the south. It sounds like residents there would like to see the possibility of like homes instead of commercial. So with the zoning, you know, changing from what it is now to the commercial to the north side, I don't see that being an issue, but perhaps the south side, and I don't know how that would pencil out. But if that zoning could be considered to be residential or commercial, just the bottom corner there.
Are you asking the applicant? I'm assuming that one? Yep,
Yes.
okay, sorry.
I don't know, that's like a put me on the spot kind of question.
Sure. And that's just what I had a question on in the moment.
So the answer is maybe. I'm sure we can explore it. But then I would want to do some things with that street that's coming on the south end. We were kind of asked, and I had some discussions with the DOT engineer, there's that street on the other side. So as it pulls it further to the north, it makes it a deeper area. So the depth gets deeper as you get closer to the street. If it's gonna, just so you guys know, the long planning along Highway 65, 69 is to turn it into an urbanized section. Right now, it's a rural high-speed section with signalization. That's a technical term, right? So you don't have curbs, you don't have gutters. As soon as it goes to curbs and gutters, your street spacing changes of what's allowable. So as you've noticed from the north end of town, as you get into town, streets and entrances get a lot closer. So at some point, right, I mean, just future planning, they're looking at it that this will become urbanized to the north. So that's why we kind of turned it to the north and kind of makes not an odd shape, but it's odd to, it creates a lot of space for residential, right? I mean, and it might be a nice lot, but it's also along a roadway that has, I think you're up to 11,000 vehicles per day down that road. Right? So again, it's that balance, right? I think it boils down to, if we can look at it and we can, I mean, this doesn't preclude us from coming back and saying, hey, we can do it. I know, I've worked with Jesse for a long time now. He cares what the neighbors think. He really does. He meets with people. He's not afraid to meet with people. He's wanting to walk to them, show them, here, this is what I'm going to do. I think we can certainly study that. My job for him is to get him a great project that gives him a return so that he can do the project, right? What I would answer that is, I'm happy, we'll look at it. We'll talk to the neighbors, we'll look at it. If I can get that street to straighten out and stay further south and push some more commercial land to the north side of the street, that's a possibility, if that makes sense. Do you follow what I'm saying there?
I do, and I'm just looking at it here.
But I'm worried what the DOT is gonna tell me, right? They're gonna say, hey, you probably wanna line that up, so when we do go urbanize through this section, slow everybody down from 50 to 35, it's gonna open up some entrances.
To add to that, I understand hearing everything, obviously, you're gonna need commercial buffering against that highway, obviously. So at some point, there's gonna be residential going up against commercial. I would just think that it'd be, take that residential farther to the east, create a farther setback to buffer between that residential and commercial. I mean, you can't sell a lot on the highway, I understand that, so I would say you neck that down. That's a different stage, obviously, so.
Yeah, it's all a balancing act. We try to make as much park space as we could because the terrain's challenging, right? So we can create some plateaus and do some fun things with the park. And then I just extended it because it made a logical place to have commercial across the street from the park, maybe a Dairy Queen or whatever, ice cream shop, whatever. I'm not planning that far ahead. The idea is that it kind of starts lining things up, right, for entrances and different things. So we're going to certainly take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions in regards to this item?
Just question. Sorry, Katie David, 209 West Hillcrest. Just a question, and I don't know so going back to the convenience store, since that seems to be maybe the pivotal point of why we're choosing this lot for a gas station convenience. And we have lots of gas stations in Indianola.
It's kind of like the car washes.
Yep, so we are automobile central.
Well, once you zone a piece of property to a certain use, then anything that is an acceptable use in that zoning category can be built in that property. Okay? And on C2, car wash and convenience store or gas station are two of the permitted uses. So it doesn't get down to saying, oh no, you can't have a gas station in C2 at this point. The question is gas station a permitted use in C2? So that's the reason the zoning is so important. Because once you make it a certain zoning category, then there are a list of permitted uses in that zoning category, and any of them that are on that list can happen in that area. So it's not spot zoned to be a gas station. It could be built anywhere along the highway corridor that's C2.
It becomes market driven.
Sure. And if somebody seems to think that they can make money with two car washes practically across the road from each other, right? Or some buddies. Or two convenience stores or two gas stations.
I would say that's very evident in the Des Moines metro area. Every time there is a gas station on one side of the street, there's one or two across the other side of the street. They tend to feed off of each other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make a motion on this item?
Before we do, Charlie, would you be able to just kind of walk us through if a motion's made and we vote, like what happens after that?
Yeah.
Because I think there might be a perception that like if we vote on this, that it's an approval of how it is, right? What has been laid out as a conceptual, and there's a lot more to it.
Yeah, and I used this analogy yesterday when we were talking to somebody about this, but on the PUD process, if you're, imagine you're a plane, you're landing, you're at 30,000 feet right now, you're looking at this thing. And as we go through the process, everything kind of gets lower and lower until we get to ground level. But this PUD process, Planning and Zoning Commission, you're charged with making a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council will then also have a public hearing on this item, and then they have to consider it as an ordinance, which takes 3 separate readings for the council to consider. So the council has 3 separate meetings where they will consider this item. If all of that is done and approved, we then get into subdivision processes. That's where we lay out where the lots are going to be located. During that process, we'll take a look at where the utilities are going to be located. The developer will provide us with construction documents. We get really down into the weeds on stormwater, sanitary sewer, water, making sure that we have capacity to serve all of these, where those lines are going to be located, where the easements are going to be located. There is a lot of things that happen during that process. Once that typically gets done, we then go to a site plan process where then individual buildings that get built have to come through and present a site plan on how those individual sites get built. All of those processes go through Planning and Zoning Commission first. You make a recommendation and then the council considers it. When we get to the council, there's different levels of consideration. Mostly on subdivision and site plans, they will only review that and approve that one meeting as opposed to 3. But still, all that being said, today is the first meeting that we're having on this, and it's likely the first of probably a dozen meetings that we could potentially be having on this entire project.
On that, so we're obviously voting to approve the rezoning per these submitted plans.
Yep.
Yeah, so like my comment on pushing that commercial farther to the east, that would have to be resubmitted later on site approval to the council.
So what a PUD is you're looking at a specific piece of property and you're essentially creating its own zoning district and how you want it to do. So, you can change regulations on better fitting that project. It's really meant to kind of just be a tool to provide developers some flexibility on how a piece of ground develops. So you're reviewing and making a recommendation on the plan as it's presented here today. And if that goes forward, again, that's the plan that will carry over to council. And then from staff standpoint, as we start reviewing subdivision and site plans, we then take that plan that is approved, and when it is approved, if it is approved, and we review all of the subdivision and site plan processes based off that plan.
And just for clarification, we need to do a motion for 1 and 2 separately.
Yep, and thank you for, we have, so the comprehensive plan currently today in place would need an amendment to do that. So first item would be to amend the comprehensive plan, and then the second item is to review and make a recommendation on the planned unit development.
Could I ask a question? I may be out of order. My name is John Hallstrom. I'm at 218 West Hillcrest. We've lived there for about 12 years. There was a group of the neighbors that had an issue back in the 80s. Know about this easement? Does it impact anything? Is it relevant?
We were provided information today about it. I don't know anything about it. The thing I can tell you, I know from the developer standpoint, when they go through this process, they don't own the property yet. They're going through a process to do a review to see if they get to a closing point and purchase the property. That's something that they'll typically review. They'll find all of the easements, covenants, anything that are on the property, and get that stuff done and know that stuff, and then they show that kind of through the next process.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it too late to have another comment?
We have a.
Yep, I've got a copy of that. Yep.
You do? Okay, great. Thank you.
Is it too late? Can I interject one more time?
Sure, come on up.
All right, thank you. You use the analogy of a plane. The lower the plane gets, the harder it is to turn around. With knowing that there's stuff that needs to be researched, potentially on easements, I can understand the concern about locking in an approval to then only go back and reject. I think there's grounds to say that this shouldn't be motion to proceed, that we should go back to the drawing board. Jesse, I think a lot of us would love to meet with you and come up with a plan and then resubmit this, start over. I know that you are approached by a buyer for a piece of your lot, and you probably are concerned that that might pass. We understand that. And we don't want anybody in our community to be negatively impacted, including you. You're one of us. You live in Indianola, right? So I think we can all agree we want to work together to find a solution But as it stands now, as it's been submitted, it sounds like there's more out there that needs to be discovered and figured out before anything moves forward.
Thank you. All right, would anyone like to make a motion on this item? It would be on number 1 under 7D.
I would move we recommend to council an amendment to the future land use map in the Elevate Indianola Comprehensive Plan for this area to be rezoned to a planned unit development. Is that stated correctly?
It's just, the first one's the future land use amendment.
Yeah, that's just that one, just that issue.
Would anybody like to second that?
I'll second that.
Miranda, roll call vote, please.
Vice,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Darling,
Yes.
Waterman,
Yes.
Ferris,
Yes,
Garmin,
Yes.
Nate.
Yes.
All right, and then we'll have to do a separate motion for item 2, if somebody would like to make a motion on that as well.
I'll make a motion on item number 2, to move to approve the alternate 2 upon the following condition that a traffic impact analysis be required during the site planning and land division phase.
to clarify, that's to rezone, isn't it?
To PUD.
Yeah,
Rezone to the PUD.
thank you.
yes. Yep.
Would someone like to make a second on that?
For clarification, the PUD can change.
And it would have to go through another process too. So really, you need to get a second before we have discussion. If somebody's willing to second, we can kind of discuss this a little
Second.
bit more. Okay. So to answer that question, yes, I mean, they can go through a process if they wish to amend it at this point. But again, and again, you're making a recommendation to the council. So you're not approving anything here tonight. You're just making a recommendation. But yes, they could go through a process to amend anything if they want, but this will be, if approved, as it's kind of our guiding document as we move through the next steps.
Am I correct that if they would want to change that, it would have to come back to planning and zoning again for another public hearing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Miranda, roll call vote.
Waterman,
Yes.
Ferris,
Yes,
Waterman. Yes. Darling,
Yes.
Stecker,
No.
Vice,
Yes.
and Nate.
I think we are gonna
Let's
take a.
take a recess before this next one. Let people kind of filter out, let people go to the bathroom if they need to, but we'll try to get back in about 10 minutes.
His daughter's 12. There she
You're gonna give it a try? It's like a piece of
I had to go into everybody's office to find
Zoom in from.
Got it? See?
I got it. Hold my computer down.
Turn it down. Our fan. Bring it on.
So I can finish school.
All right, if everyone could find their seats, we're gonna restart the meeting. We might actually jump to agenda item F if everybody in the commission is agreeable to that, because it's a quicker item and through it a
Yeah,
little
we do,
quicker.
and really quick, I know we do have one person that signed up to speak on that one in particular, so if we want to get to that one, get it out of the way just before we get to the brunt of the public comments that we have. So if the commission is okay with that.
All right, so we'll skip forward to 7F, consider recommendation on the rezoning from the general industrial M2 and single-family residential attached R2 zoning districts to the multifamily residential R3 zoning district for land located at 704 North 6th Street, 810 North 6th Street, and 917 East Iowa Avenue.
And thank you, I'm going to take this one from Emily and give the presentation on this one. So in accordance with chapter 165.025 of City Code, on November 6, 2023, the City of Indianola, the City Council initiated a rezoning request for the properties located in this boundary. Thank you. Properties included in this boundary request include 704 North 6th Street, 810 North 6th Street, and 917 East Iowa Avenue. Properties would be zoned to R3 multifamily residential district, from which is mostly the M2 general industrial zoning district. The proposed rezoning request was initiated by the city for the highlighted area, and as I mentioned, for the most part, it would be going from M2 to R3, but there is one R2 family, and that red box in the corner there, that's currently a multifamily building there that is on R2 property, so it is not currently in conformance with zoning. We did talk to that particular property owner, and they were interested in being included in this rezoning to be rezoned to R3 to be in conformance with our zoning code. The picture on the left here is a map from the 6th Street sub-area plan. I believe most everybody here on the commission was a part of that process that was adopted here just about 1 year ago. And the 6th Street sub-area plan was really started as we knew the county was leaving their property. Their secondary roads facility is being moved to the south side of town. The city also has our streets department out in this area. And again, we were aware that there was going to be some change in this area, some vacancy in this area, and we really wanted to take a look at what this area looked like in the future. It was zoned industrial because previously, before the trail was there was a rail bed there. And I think at some point in time, when the city city council was making their decision on there, they thought an industrial zoning district next to a rail corridor made a lot of sense. Probably did at that time. Since that time, again, the railroad has gone away. The city has grown pretty substantially to the north. I know a lot of people have always talked about how the grain elevator used to be right on the north side of town, and obviously it's in the middle of town now. So again, we came up with the process. We really looked at this area. Our boundaries of the area that we looked at went all the way to Jefferson and Iowa, all the way back to the trail and all the way down to Euclid. We just really wanted to get a good idea of how this area operated and what it looked like in the future. So with that, the general area that is the city and the county properties that we're looking at here, you can see in the purple that shows as future multifamily uses. So that is what the plan laid out and guided the city for future development in that area. And again, as we know the county is about to leave, as the city properties there, we thought it was imperative at this point in time to take this to the Planning and Zoning Commission and get a recommendation from you to the council on what the zoning for this area looks like. And essentially what we're asking for is a change to R3 zoning to implement that 6th Street sub-area plan for these properties. So with that, we are recommending that the request be approved. And if there are any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Question, go back to that other map. So it shows on that left side, it shows the access roads there on Iowa and off of 6th. Does the city currently own any of that lot off of Iowa to get that road in there?
Yeah, so the city does not own that. The county does have a property that goes just up to Iowa Avenue there. There used to be a county building there at some point in time. It's no longer there, so the county does own that property.
Is that zoned?
That one is zoned M2. So you see the gray area are the M2 zone properties. We didn't propose to change any of the zoning along Iowa. There's a few individual property owners there. There's a CenturyLink building that is there, and as we spoke to the property owners in the CenturyLink building, they wanted to keep it as M2, so we were just really focused on the properties that the county and the city owned at this time.
Other questions from the commission on this item?
Do you have a developer interested in this, or was there a specific reason for R3 versus something else, I guess is what I'm asking?
Yeah, we have no interest at this point in time. I think this is just kind of step one to get this process started. And I don't know how much you want to talk on the discussions that we've had with the county and what happens with that land, what happens with their process after they leave, but we just really wanted to get this set up and the motion moving to implement this plan.
Ever since my very first day with the city of Indianola, I've started interacting with our counterparts and other agencies and entities, and part of that was meeting with the county supervisors. With all three of them individually, I talked about this area and the need for this area, not only for the city, but for the school district and for the county, because not only is it an industrial site that is going to be converted through the 6th Street area plan, but there's fuel that's used by the school and the city and the county, and we want to maintain good relationships. We also want to start this plan one baby step at a time, and so knowing that the county's facility is nearing completion out in Nevada, it seemed like the opportune time for the council, which directed us to bring this to you for your consideration, to start looking at least our parcel, and then we brought the county into it, and then we brought other properties into it. In the future, others may want to come into this as well. We don't want to be heavy-handed in any way, and so it's before you as in conformance with the 6th Street area. And that's why the R3.
Is there a timeline as far as like when you rezone it to residential, as far as the time they would vacate? Or, I mean, it's just kind of grandfathered in as it is, so it's when they vacate, it has to go to R3 or whatever.
When it changes use.
I know you said that you did have someone here to speak on this item.
We've got 2 people who have signed up to speak on this one. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions from the commission first? If you're here to speak on this item, if you'd like to come on up.
Thank you. My name is Jason Walke. I'm general counsel for Heartland Co-op, one of the neighboring properties. At the outset, let me say that by far the best decision you guys made today was to let us go before the next thing. So I do sincerely appreciate that. It's fun to see democracy in action, but we've seen enough of it, and so thank you sincerely for doing that. Again, I'm general counsel for Heartland Co-op, headquartered in West Des Moines. We have a property that neighbors the properties that you're considering. One of the things that we try to do at Heartland is take pretty seriously our role as a corporate citizen to exist as amicably as we can in communities that we exist in. And as somebody just made the observation, our facility, which we've run for almost 40 years and was a grain elevator for long before that, at one point was on the edge of town. It's not on the edge of town anymore. And so as we've become aware of this process, and in furtherance of trying to be good corporate citizens, I've taken the time to look at the plan that the city has put together having to do with potential redevelopment of this area. And without casting any aspersions or even acting like I was offended, I would say that it's pretty clear that the city would like Heartland to be out of that area. The plan that's been put together certainly contemplates that possibility. Now, it also contemplates the possibility that Heartland won't leave and that the properties may be developed otherwise. I guess what I wanted to make sure, and what Heartland wanted to make sure that this commission understands, is that although I think about 14 months ago, there was a reach out from the city to Heartland about the possibility of Heartland moving that facility. That was 14 months ago. We hadn't heard anything up to the fact that we got this meeting notice. And that may be because somebody at our branch didn't find a postcard in the mail or whatever. But what I want to make sure everybody knows, we haven't had any ongoing dialogue with the city for over a year. When we did talk to the city, we made it quite clear that while conceptually Heartland would be willing to consider moving out of town, that is a huge undertaking and a hugely expensive undertaking. And again, without being critical of the city, I doubt seriously that it's one that the city has or wants to undertake financially. And so we've made it clear to the city that while we're always willing to talk to cities that we exist in, and we continue to be that way, we made it clear 14 months ago that short of the city wanting to pay to relocate this elevator to the outside of town and find a piece of land to do it, that's probably not going to happen. And so it felt prudent to come down and inform this board as it's considering this rezoning consideration that in all likelihood, Heartland Co-op, who's been there before Hy-Vee and been there before Casey's and been there before Pizza Ranch, been there before anybody. As you pointed out, Mr. Ferris, you know, zoning is zoning, and we're in an industrial zone. We're doing what we're zoned to do. The fact that the city has changed around us is, you know, at a very fundamental level, a good thing, but it doesn't change the fact that this is an important asset for us. We run it carefully. There's no DNR complaints. To our knowledge, there's no ongoing city issues. To our knowledge, there's no complaints from neighbors that amount to anything other than pretty minor considerations. There's no ongoing litigation. So again, what I wanted to make sure this board knew is that we're doing the best we can to be a corporate citizen. And as you go forward with this plan, I think the likelihood of Heartland Co-op moving out of that area is pretty minimal. So that's, I think, primarily what we hoped this board would take the time to listen to. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think there was one more.
Eric McDonald.
Eric McDonald, 605 North 6th Street, Warren County Oil. So we are the adjacent property. I don't know if you can put those maps back up, show you where that is. Yep, so we own the property there, and then to the west of 6th Street is our offices. So as you can see, that bottom blue line is the bike path. So the three properties that are on the flyer that was sent out was the 704 6th Street, which I believe is a county building, the 810, which is a county building, and then 715 East Iowa is a residential on the top corner of the blue area. But then if you see the bike path area is actually circled in that, so it's not listed on the postcard.
And then that's being redistricted also. So with Heartland being approached 14 months ago, we have not, as a propane company, we've been around since 1927, so 97 years. We used to be in the middle of town. We then moved the outskirts of town, and we're now again in the middle of town. So love to see the city grow. Thank you for putting us before Deer Run. But I think there's a lot of development. We want to be a good neighbor also, but I'm assuming the city would love us to voluntarily pick up and leave for this project. But we would like to work with you on it, but we're not looking to relocate unless that's a discussion down the road for the convenience side of things. I see in the plan, it relocates the bike path. I like biking. Bikers do not like 90-degree turns. So adding 2 into that to go over to Iowa Street instead of continuing the straight line or the red line on the left. Just FYI on the bike path, that's more of a city thing than a business thing. But we're willing to talk to anyone that's interested or about the project, but we're also willing to listen. Any questions for me?
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
It's probably important to note that we don't have anything imminent, and that's why we haven't reached out to the other property owners in the area. The only thing that's really on the horizon is the fact that the county would be leaving its facility at some point in the future, and we just want to make sure that the zoning is appropriate. Should they go forward and look at other alternatives for that property, that the highest and best use is stated in the zoning that goes forward. And our property is part of that as well, and we still need our property for our public works uses.
And I just wanted to add too, I know the comment got made, yeah, the city would love to see these places leave. That's not what we're saying at all. The plan was set up in the case that one of those businesses do decide to leave, that we know we have an alternative use. But, as was mentioned, we know that there is relocation costs that come with that. And I don't know what they are, but I'm positive we can't afford to do that on our own. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was known too, as we're indifferent on them moving, but we do have a plan in place in case they.
Well, I was on that committee, how long ago was that?
It was about 15 months ago that the committee was meeting.
And I think the only conversation in regards to Heartland Co-op was if we're like talking about a potential schematic of what we'd like to see, knowing that the county was going to be leaving, maybe we need to first ask if they have any plans in the horizon so we consider that. It wasn't, wouldn't it be great if it was, we should know. And I think that's why it was kind of after that.
I think my question / reservation on it is just, are we putting the cart before the horse? Are we, we rezone it to R3 and then someone feels like it would be highest and best use with the PUD with some mixed use? Like, are we going through this process preemptively? I guess that's my only concern / question.
We just want to be in conformance with the plan itself that has been worked on and all the parties we're involved in. Obviously any developer that might want to come in may want to propose something different, and we'll be flexible at that time to look at that and bring those things forth. But we want to create a clear expectation for ourselves and for the county of the direction of where we're going, so that another potential industrial use doesn't necessarily occupy that space. And then we are in a situation 40 or 90 years from now, wondering why didn't we change the zoning?
That's the
Lines, if somebody was wanting to come in there and put some sort of commercial something in there, we're gonna have to go, I feel like there's also gonna be more hoops to jump through to take that from R3 back to a commercial rather than from M2 to a commercial. So it's a little preempted out of there. It's kind of limiting that down, but it is with your inspection.
And it's in conformance with the plan too. You talk about commercial uses. The plan did call for a few commercial uses, but that was closer across the street on 6th Street, kind of along the trail along there. They did propose some, you're not able to see it here, but if you kind of see those blue uses right there, that's kind of where it called for the commercial area, which is not the area we're looking at right now. Again, we're really just focused on this multifamily area right now.
And when the city council looked at that and directed us to come and bring this to you, they just wanted to focus on the properties for which we had control and those who wanted to join in.
Would someone like to make a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends that the request be approved as submitted.
Boardman? Yes. Darling?
Yes.
Stecker?
Yes.
Weiss?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Barris?
Yes.
Marmon?
Yes. Now jump back to 7E, which would be the Deer Run Planned Unit Development. Item 1 would be consider the request from Wally Peltz for a future land use amendment for a property identified as the Deer Run Golf.
And just to know really quick, there is at least 4 open seats, 3 open seats behind me here too, if anybody wants to jump in here. And I don't know if there's anything else in the audience at all, so.
Next to the fan?
The premium spot.
One more.
Hi there.
So we got a presentation to give and then we'll get to public comment after that. No, you're fine.
Wally Pelt is the applicant on this request on behalf of Jesse.
Here with the fans.
Oh, okay. So Wally Pelt is the applicant on this planned unit development and future land use amendment request for the Deer Run planned unit development. This application proposes creating commercial lots fronting along West 2nd Avenue as well as a variety of housing types throughout the subject area. This provides a general overview of the plan and then we'll get into different sections. But again, uses along West 2nd Avenue, those are the commercial type of uses that are proposed along with high density development for residential. So that's going to be your apartments. Single family is proposed as well as other residential housing types. The plan does show a future clubhouse with a gym, pool, concessions. And then it does note that the golf course will continue to operate as an 18-hole golf course. So just getting more into broad or very specific areas on the plan. So this is that commercial area along West 2nd Avenue. That's where the golf course, the clubhouse is shown on the plat with the pool. The apartment units are shown in the orange as well as townhomes or row homes in the yellow as well here along a new future proposed street. Density for the apartments are proposed at 27 units per acre. Townhomes are shown as 7.2 units per acre. Moving south, this area along South Y Street shows a single-family development. It shows a future road that would run eastern, and then there's a future road connection to the south should any property to the south ever develop. And then moving more to the north, east side, this shows row home development along a new future road, which would connect to South R Street, as well as a townhome development, which would connect along West 13th Avenue. This shows the current future land use map along with the existing zoning. Most of the subject area is zoned for planned unit development currently. There are portions that are zoned for the C2 highway commercial along West 2nd Avenue. Future comprehensive plan is guiding for parks and recreation as the use.
there's that amendment application that will also be voted upon too, which would affect that. On the first item, staff is recommending approval as submitted. So this is the future land use map amendment. The second would be the zoning to a planned unit development. Staff is recommending approval with the following conditions, and that is that traffic impact analysis be required, may be required during the site planning or land division phase if determined need by an analysis by the Public Works Director. So with that, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Emily. Great. Do you have questions from the commission on this item? Any comments or anything to state from the applicant?
Let me put my coat back on or I'll get in trouble. Good evening, Wally Pelds again on year run. Honorable Chair, members of the commission. So I wanted to give you a little bit of background on this project, if I may. So Jesse and his investor group approached me a little over a year and a half ago. Called me that he had acquired a golf course, and I told him, okay. And you can ask him his personal story on how that happened, so I won't bore you with those details. However, he did approach me at that point and ask me, hey, we want this golf course to go. I've met with the neighbors. I put him in touch with another golf course project that I'm working on in Toad Valley, Pleasant Hill, Iowa, with a lady named Allison George. And if you frequented the course, you know she now manages this course for Deer Run and has done a lot of improvements, brought her staff and her husband out and their family to bring the course back to life. It was in rough shape when Jesse got it. They've spent many dollars and many hours bringing it up to a golf course. However, he challenged me with this. He's like, hey, this thing failed before and it was in good shape. So he asked us to look at it. So I wasn't sure if Jesse knew our qualifications, but we had worked on Glen Oaks Golf Course. We had also worked on Echo Valley down the road over the day. That's the first time I was charged $800 from my dad for breaking a pole for surveying. And we wanted to keep this golf course, is the instruction I was given. However, so as soon as we looked at it, this golf course sits on 250 acres of land. So most municipal courses in town, you've been to Blank, you've been to Grandview, you've been to the other ones, 70 to 90 acres of land, just to give you a scale. There is a reason that this golf course is struggling. There's too much land for a golf course, right? A driving range, you can ask Allison. So in case you guys don't know Allison travels around the world speaking on women-owned golf courses and how to make them profitable. I would invite you to go to her location. She is just now making, I would call it a mini Topgolf, because she's an innovator at her location, to see how she thinks. So we've been consulting her, looking at this project. She calls me in a panic 2 weeks ago. Are you guys closing the golf course? Or absolutely not. That is completely the farthest thing from it. Our clients have charged us with designing a clubhouse with a swimming pool. We're estimating this whole project to be a $5 to $7 million investment in the golf course to make it a golf course, right, that can succeed. Additionally, they asked me, there is so much land here. And if you know Jesse's background and his partner's background, it's not an efficient use of all the land that's there, right? It just isn't. It's too much land for not enough. We looked at how you could reconfigure holes to make things work. So I've obviously stirred up the neighborhood, and that was not my intention to do that.
We're here.
You guessed. But I was charged with, hey, how do we make this thing work, right? How do you make the golf course successful when you have that much excess land? So that's over 100 acres extra that doesn't need to be there, right? I mean, it's pretty, but it's not fiscally sound. Allison, I've had discussions with Allison, like, how do you make a course like this work? You got too much land. So there's options. So they approached us again, said, hey, can you look at it? Give us some design alternatives. We've been working on this for over 18 months. And as we went through it, we found ideas, right? These are all, again, ideas. This is our first step towards making something, again, I think really neat. We have some restaurateurs from our developers group who have unique things that want to look here and be here. And what makes a great golf course, right? So one of the things I was tasked with is make sure it stays an 18-hole course. So if you're not familiar with our work at Echo Valley, we redesigned most of Echo Valley because of the flooding problems, created lakes, features, dog legs, making it a more challenging course. Went through some trainings with professional golf trainers. This was my dad back in the day. And just laid out a course that could work. Now, is that our first step? It's a lot of money to change a course, right? It's a lot of money to change the course. So we are looking at phasing this project for sure. Starting on the north end, the commercial's pretty straightforward. There's already commercial zoning there. We thought that's a no-brainer, right? The clubhouse. So we've kind of played around where the clubhouse should be, and what they have currently as an existing clubhouse is not sufficient, right? That is not a landmark golf course that people will remember, right? So again, we thought, hey, put it close, similar. So we looked at Wakanda. So you've been to Wakanda, which is a private club. They are right by the airport, and there are a lot of commercial entities next to it. We said, hey, this can work, okay? Then we started looking at what else can we do. We also met with city staff. What connectivity issues do you see, right? So we were asked to make certain connections in streets, and I understand that because it's for emergency response. It's for just basic traffic flow. And I won't speak much longer than this. We think this proposed redevelopment of the course, its sole purpose is to keep the golf course open. That has been prime number one. I think with proper timing and necessary amenities, adding some residential component to it so that they can be part of a golf community is a solution to this problem. I have spoke with my owners group. They are more than willing to sit down. It's been a while since we've sat down with the neighbors. So this is our first blush. We wanted to present it. We think it's pretty good. Staff thought it was pretty good. I am still leaving 180 acres of golf course in this design. So again, it comes down, oftentimes you're charged with best use of property, right? What's the best and maximum use for the community? We think this is pretty good. I'm guaranteeing you there are others who think it is not, and that they will have their input. We are certainly open to the input. I know Jesse has had conversations with city members that we promise to have a meeting with them. And with that, any questions you would have?
So So before we open for public comment, I just want to.
Just see if there's comments really quick from.
Yes.
Questions? Is this now the time?
Shoot away.
The way I see it, count, you have 326 proposed living units. That's not counting anything in this R1 area down at the south.
Correct.
I assume there are going to be some kids living. Where's the playground? Where's the park? They're not going to be out on the golf course. You're not going to put 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds out on the golf course to play. I've been hit by golf balls. So it seems to me that with that number of people, 326 units, maybe 100 kids, maybe 150 kids, that'd be a place for them. It's a long walk over to McCord Park. You're not going to have a 5-year-old walking over there by themselves to McCord. The other question I have, there's two more. This possible R1 area down here, I read your write-up, and it's like maybe it's in and maybe it's not. Which is it? Is it in the proposal or is it not in the proposal? And if it's in, how do you maintain an 18-hole golf course? And then the other one has to do with the yellow area over there on the east side. I'm familiar with that hole. It's going to wipe that hole out, but it's also a very steep uphill there. And I have concerns about coming up that hill onto that street with very limited sight distance. Doesn't seem like a really good area to put. Anyway, those are some concerns.
Would you like me to try and address those?
Go ahead, fire away.
All right, on the park location, the golf course technically counts as that, but I'm not saying that Jesse won't look at adding a park in the residential areas. That's something that we didn't focus on at this point. That's typically a site planning issue when we get to it. When we get to the R1, that is a very challenging development to make work. So my wishy-washy verbiage in there is, I don't know. I know there's development coming south of there. That's part of the reasons that we are looking at the extensions, but I don't know that I have the infrastructure to make it work today, right? And when I'm not certain, I won't say word certain that that can be developed. So that's where that answer comes. Then on that R2 area on the side, it's one of the few areas where I can get utilities for development. Most of this is driven by the utility. I mean, the rest of the golf course is almost unbuildable, right? So I find these little pieces that I think we can.
Let's hold on. Yeah. 125 Fulton. I want to interrupt what he said there. It's not undevelopable. It's undevelopable to keep it as an 18-hole golf course. Because we're taking extreme measures to tie into a sewer main that's all the way on the south end of this property and spend all the money to bring it all the way north, to start from the north-south. Any logical developer, in fact, there's been multiples that have offered us to just buy this ground and try to put the whole thing through a housing development, which we're trying to keep it an 18-hole golf course, would start down on the south where the sewer is, and they would build up. They'd bring their access in and build up. We're trying to start up top and hope that we can create a course that's maintainable for Allison or whoever to come in and buy it and keep it in 18, and maybe we never do any of these other pieces or parts to it. And that's why we're focusing on starting on the north and working south, because our goal is to keep it an 18-hole golf course. Anybody else that we've talked to, their goal is not to keep it an 18-hole golf course. And that's why we haven't sold it. That's why we didn't just flip it for a quick buck. Because we made a commitment in that meeting in the beginning to sit down, listen to everybody, hear what they thought, and try to make it work. And one of the things I said is it's got to make money. If it doesn't make money, it wasn't making money when we bought it. If it doesn't make money for us or anybody else that would come and want to buy it, it won't stay a golf course for the community. And we think it's important to try to keep it a golf course. The only reason why parks aren't specifically addressed in there is because, like he said, we viewed it all as a park. So there's other little areas that could end up being parks areas like here. So this area is spread out as, maybe it needs 2 or 3 different park areas so that everybody's not coming to one park. So that's the only reason why that wasn't shown on this map right now, but we do intend to have park space for kids and the community to use.
Any other questions?
I have the same concern on this PUD on the multifamily parking as I did on the other one. And I think it's a tougher sell to think that it's all gonna be studios and 1-bedrooms in this one. So I'm expressing my concern in the 1.5 spaces per unit on the multifamily part.
My question would be, you talked about phasing, you just talked about running from north to south. Is this all in action, starting with the clubhouse, that's what you're trying to do, and then what is the phasing?
Really, the commercial ground up front kind of drives everything, so those streets up there, we've had multiple different users come in, and we had one really close to the finish line, but everybody wants to see the action, they want the streets in there, they want to know it's coming. And obviously for us to do that commercial space, we start to get rid of that existing clubhouse that's there really quickly. So that's why the clubhouse is kind of an important piece. Plus, this is a beautiful golf course. I mean, I never saw it before I bought it, to be truthful. I went to buy a lawnmower. Everybody's probably heard the story. So they asked me, do you want to see all the equipment in case you decide to keep it a golf course? Because at that time, they weren't selling it. They didn't care about it staying a golf course. They were selling the equipment separate, so you didn't have to keep it a golf course. So I said, well, show me where it's at, and I'll go look at it. And made a deal to buy the equipment so we could try to keep it going. Made a deal with Allison George so that I didn't have to, figure out how to maintain and mow a golf course for a year or that I know nothing about. And I think everybody that lives around there can say it looks 100 times better. Whatever you had before, even though, it was a golf course and some of you are concerned with what might be coming, it was dandelion filled fairways, weeds. It wasn't beautiful. What we want it to be is beautiful, and they've made big strides, but it's got a deteriorating irrigation system. We've put thousands of dollars into pumps in the pump house. The pump house is deteriorating. There's multiple other things that have to happen for this golf course to be something that any golf course owner or investor would come in and say, yeah, let's buy this. It works. It doesn't have a clubhouse. All those things are things that we need to create for this to be something that other people would come in and look at and want to buy, want to own, and see that it can turn a profit,
So how far does that first phasing go? Are we talking about clubhouse and orange or clubhouse and yellow?
I think some of that's a little bit open right now, but our idea was to try to get this connection here made at least. Something like this, because right away we're talking currently to Strongwood School about expansion. And they are looking at kind of this whole square here. And so to have access, that would instantly reroute our connection to our current clubhouse. We have to make some of those decisions pretty quickly. I would think the phasing's kind of gonna look something like this, And then, like I said, hopefully we get it here and we find out, hey, this is something that now is profitable. People are coming here. We have a clubhouse, and then we can market it to either sell it to a golf course owner or, so Allison is probably our hopeful buyer. Or, we're still open to having conversations with the city. Somehow try to keep it a golf course.
Do you have any other questions from the commission? Before we open the floor for public comment, I do want to remind everyone that we are going to limit the comments to 5 minutes apiece. So if I cut you off at 5 minutes, it's nothing. We just have a lot to get through, and I'm sure everyone would like to go home at some point. Charlie, I know you have a list.
Yeah, I know there was another list floating around too. Is there, anybody have that at all? Well, regardless, I think we lost a few names on it, and if we don't get it, that's fine. We'll go through this list, and then anybody else who wants to come after that, we'll get to, but, the first one I have is Bob, Stuyvesant. Is that, yeah.
That would be Stuyvesant.
Okay. My handwriting's really bad. Sometimes it's really hard for me to read other ones, so I apologize for that.
Good evening. Who knew we'd need air conditioning on November 14th? My name's Bob Stuyvesant. I'm an attorney in Carlisle. My office address is 1005 Highway 5, Carlisle. I was involved with selling Jesse a lawnmower. So I was involved in the sale of the golf course. So I don't know if he's still speaking to me or not. Wally and I go way back too. Just quick background. I know I have 5 minutes. I'm city attorney for multiple cities, so I'm usually sitting over there instead of being here. So I'm not going to bore you with a lot of stuff that I know you're going to hear about, traffic and things like that. Just quick things. One of the things on the board was maybe we need a traffic study. This is South R is a very unique street. It is a boulevard instead of a regular, what I would call kind of a regular city street. You definitely need a traffic study there. That would be first and foremost, I would think. Another thing, Mr. Peltz, when he was talking about the previous PUD that he was talking about, he mentioned that how great it was, you could see the golf course and everything in that development. Now we're talking about several residents not seeing the golf course anymore because it doesn't exist in certain areas. Plus, you're going to have in the, I guess that's the southeast corner, you're going to have a significant density there of I think they're townhomes, and I may be incorrect on that, in the southeast corner. So part of the golf course is going to go away. All these people that are going to probably come up and say the same thing I'm saying, all bought homes on a golf course. Well, we know, number one, Mr. Peld said, well, we're going to keep it a golf course. Well, Mr. Rogner said, we're going to try and keep it a golf course. We all know economics are going to drive everything, and that's what's going to happen here. And I realize that, and we all understand that concept. There's some density figures that have been presented that have to do with the current proposal. Those density figures are fine under your code at this time. But once this is passed, then the genie's out of the bottle. And those density figures, if that's no longer a golf course, those density figures are going to explode, and you're done with that because you've already said it's all right to make the adjustment to the PUD. You've already said it's all right with, it's all right with the rezoning. So today you're saying, yes, it's just that little small area, and I hope it stays a golf course I have friends that live out there, and I've been out there. And so look at it not just from the small area, and I'll call it a small area because it's a 250-acre golf course. The small area you're talking about today could be the big area that's not going to come before you for rezoning the next time or a change in the PUD because you already did it. And you'll say, well, we're only doing it for a small amount, but we're not. It affects a lot of people. And so I urge you to consider that when you're making your decision. Thank you very much.
We've got Chris Schneider next, and then after him, Brock Banks.
Can I defer to Chuck Bergen, and then I'll go after Chuck? Would that be okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Commitment?
I signed late.
We got you.
First of all, you're right. The golf course, you made some terrific improvements to that. I'm sorry, Chuck Bergen, 1207 South R Street.
Loudly.
Lifelong resident of Indianola, proud of it. A lot of great improvements to the golf course. The play out there is phenomenal comparing to what it used to be. We're seeing people out there all the time In fact, a lot of us probably wondered why this thing didn't close its doors, 5 years ago. So there have been some good improvements out there. We'd love to see that continue. Charlie, if I say something wrong, would you correct me?
I can try, yes.
Okay. Sometimes I go back to some of the old codes. The codes have been changed here, particularly zoning, with the comprehensive plan, and congratulations getting that done. It's always a big task. I'm gonna be over 5 minutes, but you'll excuse me.
Speak up, please. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'll speak up, okay? An issue I think a lot of us have is the application is vague. I mean, it is vague. We'll take one example. The legal description that I assume, Wally, you provided, that's for the entire course. So when this goes to a public hearing, if it does, and that legal description will be published, well, we're having comments here that they want to keep it an 18-hole course. Well, it's real simple. These legal descriptions are very simple. You can simply do a meets and bounds description and take the area to be developed, and whatever stays in golf course can stay at recreational. You don't have to do the whole 250 acres and change that completely. I mean, if that's your true intent, is to keep a golf course up and running, the legal description should be changed to reflect just the areas they want to develop. I do have kind of a laundry list of things that are vague about this. Number one, wow, this tells you, and most people will look at it and throw it in the trash. Some people will actually, that have a lot of concerns, will end up showing up at a meeting. I think you're finding that out right now. With that, you see, with your plan here, you see buildings, you see parking lots, but you don't see a description of buildings and parking lots. Back in the old R5 zoning classification, which used to be the PDR, Planned Development Residential Development, you were required to submit elevations of that. You were required to submit specific uses and what those were. Of course, the elevation will give you the heights of the building. A whole lot of information used to be required. That's no longer there. Nothing's done, but it's almost like it's been written vague on purpose. And we're just not seeing that. When it comes to the street layout, the area off of West 4th, I suspect Wally knows this, but that's it shows a city right-of-way, an old city right-of-way that has been vacated, and not only has been vacated, but has been sold. All right, Charlie?
Yep, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I love the extension. I've always hated dead-end streets. We'll get to the one off 13th here in a second. But, last time the city council condemned for a street was like 1981. So it's nice to see that connection there. It'd be nice to take that north-south street and continue that all the way up to the highway. And again, don't blame it, but for development reasons, they don't have land on either side of that, so they cannot take advantage of the sale of the property.
I'm so sorry. It's been about 5 minutes, if you can.
I understand. I'm gonna finish up. Let me get to 13th Street. You're putting multifamily, and forget about the view these homes have here. They are single-family dwellings. They are very nice single-family dwellings. This, folks, is not a cornfield. This, folks, is, there's no goats or horses running around out here. This is already developed land. And when you're the comp plan is very considered. You need to take consideration of the adjoining property owners when you do something like this. And they missed the mark there. They plain missed the mark. And just in finishing up, since the mid-70s, Indianola's always had this struggle. Do we stay a rural community or do we urbanize? And we haven't gotten the big box stores yet. We haven't built a hospital yet. No one wants to make improvements to our airport. So we're still a rural community. This has a different feel to it. It really, really does. Plus, last point. I would sure like to hear someone jump up and scream, we need this. We need this. Last housing plan the city did, unless you did in the last 5 years, Charlie. In 2001 was the last housing study that was done. So, shelf life on those things are pretty short. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask a quick question? Is this West Fourth? Is this what?
Yes.
And so that's been sold, that's a dead-end road that's been sold? Okay. And that's West 13th. Okay, thank you.
Chris Schneider's next, and then Brock Banks.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners, and I'm certain you won't have any problem hearing me. I've been told I'm way too loud when I talk, but in some cases, that's kind of a good thing to have. I want to commend the owner. That course has greatly improved. As Chuck said, it's about 180 degrees from what it used to be, and I appreciate that. I do have some concerns, though. Primarily, I have more questions, I think, than anything else, but I won't take up a lot of the time because I know there's a lot of people that want to talk. I could have probably given some of my time to Chuck, but I'll have to talk about South R Street. When Molly and I, my wife Molly, and I moved in 2000, South R Street was this little dead-end street with cul-de-sac on the end. And you're probably going to hear me talk about this more because you've heard it before. They put in 12th Avenue, the Avenue, 7th Avenue 12th Avenue down there. And when they did that, I was concerned. I told Chuck I had concerns about that because that was going to increase traffic. Traffic has been horrendous on South Art ever since. And it's been increasingly worse after that was developed even east of us. So that's a big problem. So my question is this: why in something like this, when this is such a big development, why wouldn't we have, first of all, to take a look at the traffic situation and the imposition that could possibly cause on the residents? Because I know getting on 92 from South R and from Y is terrible. And you'll hear other people talk about it. But it is really bad and it's difficult. So I don't know why we wouldn't put that higher up on the list to get things done so that we can provide some assurances to those that live in that community to not have that problem. Another question I had, and I don't know, can someone address that one or should I move on?
I think we'll do public comment and then we'll have all the questions.
Okay, the other thing that I'm concerned about is, we've got a couple of streets, and Chuck brought it up, we've got a couple of streets on the 92 out of this plan so far, but has there been any discussion with how we would possibly put lights, traffic lights, to alleviate the problem? Because I know there are people that try to go to work in the morning and sit there on South R and Y quite often for an extended length of time. So that's another concern, a major concern that I have. We talk about the 18-hole golf course, and I want to keep it an 18-hole golf course. But given that design, there's nothing that's been submitted that says, okay, here's how we might do that in phases. All we talk about is all of the new development, but we don't talk at all about how that works to make the course continue to work so that people will come there and have it be profitable. I mean, that's my concern. If you're going to do this, you need to find some way to keep that course profitable while you're doing this development. Maybe it is that north piece, but that piece down there on the other side of South R is not going to cut it. And of course, the housing development on the other side of 10th Street is not going to cut it either, to make it so that you can continue to do that. And I agree, it's going to cost a lot of money to change that course around. It would be helpful to know, is there some kind of plan of how we would do that and stage that to make that work? And so that's the gist of my comments. There's a lot of people that want to comment as well. And so I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So thank you.
Can I make a quick suggestion? Maybe halfway through, if we could comment on some of these, it might answer a lot of other people's questions.
I think that would be good.
I think it's just easier.
Some of these are really easy ones where he's saying stuff that it's not what our intentions are.
I understand.
Once we get through this first list, we'll evaluate that. All right. Okay, so we got Brock Banks and then Lois Tabor after that.
I did tell you where I live. 403 South R Street, I apologize.
Brock Banks, 1012 South R. Thank you, Chair and Commission, for the opportunity to talk with you this evening. I do think that there's going to be a lot of repetition in the concerns that we all have as citizens around Deer Run, and I'd greatly appreciate the efforts that are being taken into consideration to maintain an 18-hole golf course, to maintain green space that we can all enjoy. Unfortunately, when the first meeting happened, when ownership changed, we were out of town, so I wasn't able to attend that. But I have really strong ties to South R and to the golf course area. I don't golf anymore. My son has started golfing. He enjoys the course. But I love the fact that I can look out my back windows and I can see course, or I can see trees, and I don't have houses behind me. And that was why I chose the house that I chose. We moved here almost 10 years ago, and my wife grew up in Indianola. She's originally from here. And when we moved back to Iowa, we made a conscious decision to choose Indianola as our home, and made a further conscious decision to buy a home on South R because I grew up on a farm. I was tired of living in an urban environment. I wanted something that was a little bit more what I was used to growing up. I know that there's a lot of things that are not completely thought through or planned yet, and I appreciate that. But one of the things that I have a concern about, it's already been mentioned a little bit, is the traffic. From West 5th all the way down, there's no parking on the street. South R is, that boulevard makes it very difficult to do anything. Ask anyone who's had a garage sale on that street, and it's a headache to have people come in and move in and around. When Amazon or FedEx or UPS make deliveries, they need to pull off the street somewhere, so they're pulling in someone's driveway or finding a median to kind of pull in between them so that people can go by. Even for the post office, multiple times, the mail vehicles are pulled over by the side of the road, waiting to give mail, and they have to pull into someone's driveway because there's a string of cars behind them. For me personally, we have 4 children. At any given time, I have a driveway full of vehicles. I've got 6 vehicles in my driveway. I have a boat. When I come back from the lake, getting that boat back into my driveway is difficult, let alone when there's somebody that's coming speeding up South R and I'm blocking their way through. Multiple times I've had to continue on, make another loop, and it's not just go up a little ways, come back and turn around. I have to go all the way down to the cul-de-sac and come back through. So I think there's a lot of considerations that need to be taken into account. Again, I appreciate the efforts and the desire to keep the green space, but I also know that this is not an easy decision to make, and there's a lot of heart and soul that everybody has poured into their properties, and that, you know, the owner has poured into the city, and they want to make a nice space. I know there's going to be a lot of more discussion on more of this, and a lot of things that are going to be probably reiterated over and over again. I think for me, as the proposal is submitted, I'm opposed to the way it's drawn up. I do think there's some clarification that I would like to see, and I hope the commission takes that into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Lois Tabor, and then we have Kurt Robertson after her. Or excuse me, actually, it's Deb Miller, then Kurt Robertson. Apologize.
Lois Tabor, 2510 West 10th Avenue. And even though nothing affects my house, I live on 7th, the 7-7. I still want to stick together with the neighbors because who knows what can happen in the future. One thing that concerned me when I saw the map was the high density behind Strong Roots School. But I think you may have addressed that. If that is going to become a park, that would be great. Because as a retired teacher, I really feel uncomfortable with having apartments so close to a school. Because you've got apartments on the east side, now you want to put them on the south side, and that's kind of boxing in that school. And children should be our number one priority, the safety of the children. And as we probably know that there's a lot of traffic going into that school because it's a private school, they don't use school buses. So they're dropping off and going out, and that also is a traffic issue, you know, that we're concerned about. Hopefully they're working on a speed limit, which I'm surprised there's not a 25-mile speed limit right around the school or flashing light, but that's another story. Also, I am concerned about the row houses, because that's going to also add a lot of traffic to South R. And I just don't know if that really fits into that area, because there are apartments, but they're nice houses there, and row houses are just kind of crammed in like ticky-tock boxes, in my opinion. When I was helping one of the school board member campaign, I was going around Indianola, and we happened to meet a gentleman that moved from New York. And I said, wow, you moved from New York to Iowa? He goes, oh yeah, New York is getting too woke. And he did not feel it was comfortable for his children. He has 2 young girls. I said, well, why didn't you move to Florida? And he said, no, Iowa has a good reputation as being a rural community, rural area, and I feel like it's a safe place for my children to grow. And so when I thought about that, if we're sticking in all these tight little density and row houses, that kind of takes the rural atmosphere away. Also, if you remember in the Indianola competition, for 2023, we were named #1 golf course in Warren County. And I think that really is true. Jesse has done a beautiful job making our golf course up to stuff what it should be. I haven't golfed for 30 years, and I love golfing there. It's a challenge. It's really a rough course. I love the long pars, even though I'm not really good at it. So I hope we can keep it an 18 course, golf course, but it just seems like more than a lot of land is being taken away. I can understand where you're thinking about the driving range. You know, that's a lot of wasted space, it seems like. But anyways, I just hope you'll consider that, and thank you for listening to me.
We got Deb Miller and then Kurt Robertson.
Hello, I am Deb Miller, and I live at 1202 South R Street with my husband, Marty Miller. We are originally from Indianola. I've lived here all but 3 years, I think, of our life. So I want to talk about the density. Right now, we currently Deer Run, the whole golf course is under a planned unit development, but and I'm going to tell you what we have and what they're wanting to go to. So what has been submitted anyway. We have multifamily, high-density development. Right now, we don't have any of that on the golf course, and they want to add 120 units. And that would be, I believe, in that orange area up there. And then in the yellow areas, there's a couple of them there. Those are townhouses. We already have 24 existing townhouses that are right up along that on just to the yellow side. There's a few townhouses up in the upper one, and then along Y Street, we have townhouses. So we have 24, and they want to add another 171. So that's like a 700% increase, higher than 700%. We don't have any row houses. I don't know that any of us know exactly what these row houses would look like, because that's something I would consider relatively new to Indianola. And they want to put 35 of those units in, but we do have 89 existing units on South R Street and West 10th Avenue. And those homes are very nicely developed, and they look on the course, and I will agree with what everyone else has said. The course has come up to par immensely. My husband and son played on the course all summer long and enjoy it thoroughly. But we want to add 40 more units, housing, single-family housing units. So we want to add 45% more housing units than what we have. So we're looking at, right now, we have 113 units on the course. They want to add 366 more units to our course. And that's a 424% increase. Now, that's a large percentage of increase to me, and I understand it's a large golf course, but it's in a very small select area where they want to add the majority of that. So the other thing we've looked at is we have 200, if I have my numbers correct, and Charlie, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but there's like 234 acres that are dedicated just to the golf course itself. And they're going to take away some of that to make it 175 acres. So that means we're going to lose 25% of the golf course itself, but yet it's going to maintain 18-hole course, which means, so are we going to have several par threes? And is that going to be attractive to anyone, or how are we going to do this? And they're shaking their heads, no, we don't know that, because we haven't been presented with any of this. All we see is that those holes are gone. So I also want to, I have a handout here that I would like to show you. Yep, that'd be great. I've kind of highlighted, it's basically a little bit bigger than that area right there on that map, but I've kind of highlighted some areas on this map. And that's what I want to talk about real quick. So the area in red is, can I go over there and point to the map area where it could be? Okay. I'm sorry, is there not enough?
No, it's okay.
We're good. Okay.
We're good.
Here's a few more. The area in red that I'm showing is basically this area right here. So as you come up R Street, you run into this whole area right here, as well as this right here. That's already high density areas. And I think I counted up in there, there's 363 units in this unit right in this area right here, and it's on 24.43 acres. And it concerns me because we've already got a high density area here, and now we're adding more high density area here. I know some of these, this and these down here, along with these right here, are based on your income, how much you pay to live there. And so I'm just kind of pointing it out that that's already there. Then we have, if you look to the left, on Deer Run itself, if you look over on South Y Street, we have this whole row of townhomes here. North of here, this is Indy 66 West, I believe. This street right here should be South Spruce. That alone has 37 townhomes. So we've got 24 townhomes here, 37 townhomes here. And as you drive on further west into Indianola, all you do is you hit apartment building after apartment building after apartment building. You hit Vanderlinden Apartments. They've got 96 units there. Just across from Vanderlinden's apartments on the north side is South J Street, I believe. You've got Forget Properties. They've got 36 units at an apartment there. The next level apartments are right there. They've got 48 apartment units. Behind all of that are 11 duplexes right there. And all of this is congesting the west side of town. We have a hard time. The other day I was coming down South R Street. There were 9 cars. As I'm coming down, there were 9 cars backed up to get on South R Street, and that wasn't rush hour. My other concern is when you have a school right here, you've got kids that we're putting into cars. We don't have buses. We've got kids that we're putting into cars. And I'm concerned for those kids and the parents getting in and out of this area, because we don't have stoplights at all on the west side of town. I know that we want to beautify the west side of town as an entryway into the city, but I think we need to stop and look at it and think, do we want people to come in and just see apartments, 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 with no stoplights, we're driving 50, it's supposed to be 50, and you go down to 45. Not many make it to 45 before that 45 sign, and then they're headed on, and that's past the school. I mean, you shouldn't be going 45 past a school, in my opinion. That's my opinion, though. So those are some things that I think we really need to think about.
We have hit the 5 minute
We
mark.
have hit the 5 minute marks, okay.
Need to move on to the next.
One thing I do want to say is that while you think about this, I hope you think about it tonight. We packed the room. We've got several people that want to talk about this. And it's something that, you know, it should keep you awake at night. Is this what we really want? Are we wanting to add more and more people out on the west side of town? I agree that it needs to be developed, but is this exactly what we're looking for on that side? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We got Kurt Robertson next, and then after him, it'll be Melody Clutter.
I'm Kurt Robertson, live at 602 South Y Street. Could I ask if you could blow up that upper left-hand corner of that proposal?
This one?
Yeah. I'm here representing a small HOA. The HOA consists of those top 4 buildings, which have 8 family units in it. I don't think anybody here is going to talk about that commercial property, but I am here to talk about that commercial property. 2 years ago, I came to a meeting here because the golf course wanted to rezone a part of that land from Park and Rec to commercial. And it was the partial land to the entrance to the golf course. And that was the only partial that was being requested at that time. And so I asked about what kind of a commercial property was going to be there. I don't know if you remember, but we have an older gentleman in our association wanted an IHOP there. Right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you remember that? All right. And it was also mentioned to us that if any commercial building or if any construction is made running east and west on 92, that they would have to put in a sidewalk. And if they put in a sidewalk, there really wasn't going to be enough room for a commercial building because there's also a right-of-way. And the south end of that right-of-way, the marker, the ROW, is on our property. All right, so it was also said that they'll put a sidewalk in there, but they'll probably just leave that as green space. That's great, all right? Now we get the flyer, and I see this commercial here. Look at the road of the north end of our last unit. Look how close that road is to that unit. You think that's going to be, I know the rest of you are concerned about high density. Well, our association is concerned about that road and the type of commercial. There's also a commercial building directly behind us. What is that going to be? I'm going to assume that the green space is going to be the redesign of the golf course, which is great. No problem with that. But our concern is what commercial properties are going in facing 92, and why does that road have to be right up against our property? That is a concern. I'm going to leave this on a light side. I like to see people smile. Jesse, there is a dead deer on the golf course. All right? It is, I don't know, have you guys seen it? All right. It's about 20 yards just beyond our property, where my property is. So I just walked out there. This was Sunday morning. Woke up, my wife says, there's something dead out there. Okay, great. So I walk out there just to make sure that it had passed, because I didn't want to see an animal suffer. So I went there, saw it, okay, turned around, walking back to my place, and I could hear something in the wind say, keep the green space, keep the green space. And I hope you keep the fireworks coming too, Jesse. Those are great. It's like you're just coming right at us, so that's my concern. Thank you very much for your time.
We got Melody Clutter, and then is it Stelina Nelson after that? And I apologize if I get any of these names wrong, but I'm trying.
Clutter is an easy name, isn't it? My name is Melody Clutter. I live at 1305 South R Street. I am here to just talk about traffic. Okay, I could do your traffic study for you, believe me, you can pay me to do it. This is a mess. Our street is a mess. The major concern with the proposed new Deer Run development is traffic on our street. Also, there is another development south that we haven't even talked about that's going on past Deer Creek that's going to be using our street to come down. On the west side of the street, there are 5 on our street. Let me just take you down our street. If you haven't lived on that street, you don't know about all the extra fun we have trying to drive on that. On the right side, the west side, we actually have 5 multi-apartment complexes. McCord, Meadow Village, and Ms. Miller there, she talked about how many people are in there. We also have Central Iowa Properties, Deer Run Apartments, and Prairie Rose Apartments. Plus, we have behind that Green Acres Townhomes. Okay, so that's in a 0.3 mile off of a 92, just in that area. Now we go down a little bit further, and on that we have that Deer Run, and across from there we have another I don't know if they call it condos or townhomes or whatever, to our left. This is before we get down to the curve, the beautiful curved green space. This is all in a 0.4 miles, and I think she said there was around 600 people maybe that are in that, or units, I can't remember, what'd you say? 326 living units? Okay, so that's already on that street. After we curve on the R Street, it opens up to 2 small one-way streets with a median. On the street, there are 60-plus homes valued over $35 million, and that is on the light side. All right, it opens up this green space, and then it's like heaven. Each of these homes backs up to Deer Run Golf Course. Our street from the Highway 92 is just 1 mile long. On our street, there is no parking, as our neighbor said before. That means when delivery trucks, trash trucks, anything stops, traffic stops. Fun fact, my neighbor counted 61 dump trucks in one day using our street just in one day. Also, and that was just a fun one day. Also, our neighborhood has reported stock trailers, tractors, many other big vehicles using our street. And he's right about backing up, because I run the Fat Cookie and we have a camper, and that's a mess to get that on. This gives you an overview of our street. Our street, and it's also used for Deer Creek, that 13th Avenue, because that's opened up to those beautiful homes. We are a running edge for that. So I'm going to take you from, I used to work at the high school and the middle school. I'm going to go down 92 and give you a visual. Here I go. I'm driving. I'm pulling up. I'm going to go to left on the R Street, because I live clear in the cul-de-sac a mile down, right? So here we go. So now I've got this person going 50 miles, 40 miles. There are people swooping here and there, where there's people backed up trying to go to the left. You've got Phillips 66, and there's 2 entranceways. So you're going, is this guy going to try to squeeze in? And then you've got this entrance going, and then you've got the townhouses across from you. They're going to turn in left. All right, so all this stuff for a visual driver, you're trying to weigh out. When you're turning left, not only you have got a line of cars backed up because of the overflow of these apartments that are overflowed with people, with line of cars. So now you're going this way, you're trying to go this way, and you're trying to squeeze over to the side when someone's trying to go straight down the street with all the side. So we've got just in that 0.3% a mile, all this traffic stuff is going. Not only that, you've got people from departments going across the street, because there is a little trail to the dollar store. So they're parking inside and out of these cars. Now this happens daily. So you're watching this, and everybody's shaking their head. Yeah. Every day we're watching, is this man gonna go or what? Are we gonna stop? What's going on? So now we're going down to this 4th Avenue, that's right here, right? I'm moving by here, I hope that's okay. Right here, this 4th Avenue, right, or we're putting something in here. That 4th Avenue, most people do not stop. They do a running stop and they go left in, and you've got to be really, really careful. So not only, here we go, just when you're trying to get home, this is all happening. When you go down further with the red street, the red brick apartments, there are kids all over the place. They're running in the street, they're running. We've seen cops over and over down there. They're running in the street. There's little kids that are 2 years old. There's no parent around, so you have to watch for that. I hope I'm giving you a visual. This is not even before all this other stuff is coming. Now you come down to this little curve that is like heaven. You come down and you're swooping around this curve and it's all this green space. And this is what's gonna be developed with the row houses, right? So now we've had lots of traffic issues till we get to here. And now we're gonna put 26 units going up in there. They're not gonna go through all this to get down there. They're gonna use our street. They're gonna use our street.
Melody, I appreciate your comments on this, but we have reached the 5 minutes.
Okay, anyway, lots of traffic, thank you.
I just want to say before we proceed, I understand there are a lot of concerns about the traffic and about the density of this, but if we could try and condense our comments, I know that it's very hot in here and it's very late, so, you know, if we could condense our comments so that the commission could discuss the issue, I think that would really help a lot.
Stellina Nelson, 2129 West 4th Avenue. I live in the Green Acre Townhomes. My husband couldn't be here. He brought a little message. I'm not going to try to read it because after 30 years, I still have trouble reading his handwriting. But basically, his concern is that he works from home and does tech support over the telephone. And then we're going to have all this loud construction going on, so it's going to affect his livelihood and his job. We also have some concerns about the fact that the interest rates are high. People aren't going to those smaller homes for a reason because they can't afford the bigger homes. So a lot of folks are predicting a housing market crash. So are we going to get halfway through this development and then boom, empty lot sitting there? Now, when we bought this property, we bought it because we wanted a home on a golf course. And we felt pretty secure in that because it was zoned as a golf course. It was zoned for recreation. So we have this beautiful expanse, this beautiful view that we paid for. Speaking of selling views, by the way, this will be taking my view away and selling it to someone else. Do I get compensated for the loss of my view? Do I get compensated for the loss of my property value? I've already got locked into a mortgage. Property value goes down because of this high-density neighborhood. What do I profit from it? We're talking a lot about the economy and about profit, but let's talk about class too. We are, from the Deer Run, are just middle-class working folks. Each of those homes costs a fraction of what it costs in operating expenses for the Deer Run golf course. But that's all that we have. We don't have investors with $1.8 million that are willing to just rush in and buy our property from us on a whim. We had these properties that we had to research, we had to decide, because this is all we could afford, it was all we could have, we had to make a decision whether or not we were going to buy it. And now, because this other development group has come in and bought a golf course, not a housing development, a golf course, we are going to lose our property values, we are going to lose our view because of that. I did my research. I knew what I was buying because I don't have the money to throw away on a potential failed investment. So I would encourage you to think about the small people and vote no to keep Green Acres green.
Preach it, sister.
So, just so you know, I think we have 28 people signed up to speak. If you want to take a quick break, we're about a third of the way through that right now, and see if the developer can come up and kind of answer some of the questions that has been going on, and maybe a good time to do that at this point. I'll leave it to the commission to decide, but.
Sure. Okay, so I heard traffic loud and clear. I can't solve the existing problems. Everything you guys have talked about is what you're already dealing with today. But with the city's help and going through our plan, we can try to mitigate some of it and make it better than it is today. It was brought up a connection to West 4th Avenue and that easement had been vacated. That's a connection that was shown per the city's request. I assume that the first step there would be meeting with the current owners and trying to negotiate an easement through there again. If there isn't one, that might be something that doesn't happen. But we showed that because that was something that would help with everything kind of flowing. Some of the, Bob Stuyvesant brought up, the views go away. And a lot of people brought that up. You paid for the views go away. Some investor just came in on a whim and bought a piece of ground. If I just do exactly what the person did that I bought the ground from and just take it back to the auction, is the next guy gonna stand here and try to keep it an 18-hole golf course? Is he gonna bring in a management team to try to fight and scrap and lose money to try to make it a golf course for this community? I don't know that answer, but I'm standing here and I'm willing to try, but I need help. And that's what I'm trying to do. And that's what I committed to the day that I bought the property. As I walked out of that building, some 6.5 foot, he looked like 8 foot to me, came up to me and said, I want to shake the hand of the new owner of the golf course. And you're not going to develop it, are you? And I said, I don't even have a clue what I'm going to do with it yet. I just knew that $8,000, $9,000 for ground is a good deal. That's what I knew. And then he turned around to everybody in the room, which was about 130 people, or on the auction day, it wasn't that many, it was about 40 people, 50 people, and said, oh, great, he's gonna blow it up. That's how much confidence he had in me, based on a 1 second knee-jerk reaction. I feel like I'm getting a little of that right now too, because I'm throwing out some ideas and options. But if this just turns into housing for everybody loses their view. You know, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, I have this 3rd-acre lot and I have this big house. You know what a 3rd-acre lot, first off, just costs for the lot, but then to put a 2,500 to 3,000 square foot house on it, right now, that's a $500,000 to $750,000 home. So the houses that we're talking about building, even these row homes, these are still like $300,000, maybe $400,000 homes. We're not doing any low income or fixed income housing apartments. A lot of comments were made about all the apartments we do have. I'd challenge any one of you to go and take a tour of them like you're gonna rent one of them and see if, as a business person coming from out of town, you wanna go and rent that space and live in it. They're run down, they're old, they're crappy. There's not nice places to rent here in town. You know, everybody wants it to be a golf course. I want it to be a golf course. That's why we're going out of our way to develop it in a very logical manner. But it definitely is going to take, you know, some consideration. It sounds like maybe there's a streetlight conversation. You know, along with traffic, we are going to do a traffic study. A lot of that will be discovered during that period. So we'll be able to figure out where do we need additional stoplights. It was brought up about Strongworth School. I know that as well as anybody. My wife drops off the kids there every day, complains about it. But, you know, they're a similar situation. They were put in a position to hurry up and try to figure out how to make something work. And is it perfect right now? But there's a plan to make it better. And part of that is working with them for their expansion and getting them off the main road so that it is a safer entrance and exit. And I agree, a lot of the existing traffic issues, you know, you can argue that maybe some people from our neighborhood would start using that. You could also argue that other people maybe will come in from the other side because they already know it's hard to get on to, I think it's R from 92. So if you already know that and you're coming up from the west, maybe you dive in sooner and take one of our new roads so you don't have to deal with that. So you don't have to be on a dangerous intersection trying to take a right or a left, whatever you're trying to do. There was also, if it was, let me see, I'm trying to lose my spot here. Traffic routes, there were some questions about, you know, we haven't seen how you're gonna redevelop the course and change it, and we like it being this way. And I get all that, but like it was talked about earlier, this is a 250 acre piece of ground. It's not reasonable to think someone can come in and manage that and make it successful the way it is today. They haven't been able to do it. And so it does need to get trimmed down. So between working with the engineer and working with the people that we have managing it right now, we looked at areas that are underutilized or no-mow areas. So we have looked at, if we had to reposition holes, how to do it. When this course was designed, it was designed as like a pro-am championship course. It's one of the longest courses in Iowa. We don't have to have the longest course in Iowa in Indianola. We just want an 18-hole course. And no, it's not going to be a par 3 course, but there's some very easy ways to manipulate some holes, some no-mow areas where we can insert holes in the space that's already there. And I feel very confident that if it came to that, people would be happy with the outcome because ultimately we're gonna make the rest of it look more beautiful as well. The areas that are kind of under high contention, I think, is like that yellow over there. And again, yes, we're showing that, but I hope it never comes to that. I hope Allison or another group or a combination of a group in the city or someone comes and says, hey, we want this. You guys got it looking beautiful. You got it profitable. You know, and I just one more time want to say, like, I could just say, fine, I've had enough. I give up. And then I'll just take it to the auction like the last guy did and see what happens. I don't think it gets better than what you have right now. I'm being honest. I'm doing my best. So, you know, I'm open to answer any questions. I'm open to having another meeting. I don't know if I've missed anybody's comments, but you know, I didn't do this on a whim. I didn't on a whim bring in a management group to come and manage this as a golf course. It wasn't fun losing money for the first year. That wasn't just because I have fun throwing money in the garbage. I'm trying to make something for the community.
Want me to answer some technical questions?
Sure.
So, real quick, with Jesse's willingness to meet with this neighborhood group, maybe we can expedite something here? Like, I know everyone has comments, but I'm not sure what's going to happen with our plan tonight. Are you okay asking this to be tabled and we come back with a revised proposal after we meet with them? Or do you guys want to, I mean, we can keep plowing through it. I understand the traffic. That's something that that's my specialty, one of my specialties. I've driven down that road. I understand the problem. Major investment from the city, right, to get something done on that end. So I can't promise anything on the traffic side there. However, I know city staff's intent of us showing all these connections is to relieve pressure points. That's what it does. The locals have a tendency to find out what's the fastest way to get somewhere, right? If you want to get somewhere in town, you don't want to take 92, you know the back roads to get there, right? I think most of you do. So that's the same principle when you add other exits and other entrants. I certainly believe that a traffic warrant study would be required on I-92, right? Because that's the main thoroughfare into town. I can't imagine that the DOT is going to look at me and say, oh yeah, put those entrances in. I'm assuring him, we're going to be doing a traffic study, right? There's no way if it's not just going to be the city, it's actually going to be the DOT because it's shared with Iowa 92, right? So with that, I don't know if you're okay with what or do you want to?
I would rather not table it and drag things out longer. I mean, if people don't want this, I'd rather have them have enough trust in me that through this process that we'll sit down and look at it. But there's only so many ways to make this work. So
I think that tabling it is something that would have to come.
Correct.
It's something that they
Yeah,
have to-
well, I'd rather not go that route personally, but.
Continue with public comments. The next one is D. Forette, and then after that, Steve Overstreet.
Take me 5 minutes to get there.
I'm Dee Forette, or Darlene Forette. I'm at 2107 West 4th Avenue. And I am the wife of my late husband, Don Ford, who taught school here for 33 years. Some of you may have known him. We built that home on the golf course when he retired from teaching. It was going to be our dream home. We spent time there. We didn't live there very long. Don never got to see the downstairs. And then he was confined to a wheelchair. So we spent our upstairs. Loved the upstairs. He sat at the front windows every day. Talked about a lot of his kids. Talked about wrestling. Whoever was in wrestling knew him. He also coached football. I know that development is important to Indianola, and I know it's important to the school systems. That we have new people coming in. But that development going right in front of my house, I can't even imagine it. I already hear the kids from the school. The quiet and the peace is gone. The serenity that we shared at that home would be gone. We now have that with the school. The kids are outside playing. I love to hear the kids play. That's wonderful. But if we put all those homes in there with all those children, and there's got to be children there, that's not going to be a peaceful place to live anymore. And I'm very sad to see that happen. But I would take any suggestion anybody would have to keep it what it is today, if it would be possible. I understand the golf course. I used to play golf, loved it. Can't play anymore. But I loved it. So I understand the golf course too. But it seems there's got to be a way that we can take those homes away from there so we can still have that and we can still have the golf course. There's got to be a way to redevelop somehow with that property, that we cannot hurt so many people that have given up so much and have spent so much time and money on the property they have. Thank you very much for listening.
We got Steve Overstreet and then Charlie Deckler.
Yeah, I'm Steve Overstreet. I live at 2113 West 4th Avenue. I had a talking points I was going to present, but I think we've talked enough about traffic and things, and I had concerns about rainwater runoff, and the Green Acre Estates is where I live. We own partial lot 29, which is the access to West 4th Avenue. So if that's going to be extended, we're going to have to be talking to the property owners about that, and we're willing to do that. I recognize that the property owners have a right to develop their property and to profit from that development. But on the other hand, we as property owners have a right to enjoy our property. And I think there's some compromises that we can reach. But so I'm going to take my now probably 4 minutes to talk about my personal story and my wife Sandy's personal story. I grew up in Indianola. Sandy grew up in Indianola. We went to high school here. We got married in a ceremony in South Park 50 years ago across from her parents' home. And after graduating from Simpson College, we moved away to seek our careers and jobs. And when we retired, we could go anywhere in the country, and we decided, where do we want to live? Let's go back to Indianola, and that's home. So we started that search process. Where are we going to live? And I told Sandy, I said, I had a talk with my future self, and my future self says, I'm done with mowing, I'm done with shoveling snow, I'm done with cleaning gutters. Let's look at a townhome or a condo where, as we get older, other people can do that. So we went and we looked at some townhomes over on South 8th Street. And those were nice inside and things, but I stepped out on the deck and I looked down the neighborhood and said, that doesn't feel right. That's too confined, and there's no scenery to look at. The next week we came over to Green Acre Estates, and I thought this was pretty odd, because we walk in the front door with the real estate agent and you go into the front entrance and you come into a dining room and a kitchen. And I said, well, this is odd. This is weird. Why your front entrance in the back of your home? But as we walked into the house and we saw the view from these windows, I looked out the windows and I told Sandy, we're home. This is it. This is where we're going to spend the rest of our lives. It's beautiful, right? The peace, the quiet, the scenery. And this was in February of 20. And it's like 2 weeks later, the country shut down because of COVID. And try putting together buying a home and moving and things when people are wearing masks and not having appointments and everything. But we made it work. We worked through it. We moved in the summer of 20, and we've been here over 3 years now. I love every minute of it. So our concern is Here's Green Acres Estate. 17 townhomes or condos, and there's a lot of dispute on what is what. On one legal document, it'll say townhome, another legal document, and that's part of why we delayed moving, because the appraiser couldn't come to an agreement with the county or anything on what to call it. But they finally said, well, we'll call it something so they can get the deal done, and so we did, you know. And that's what we're doing here. But our concern is these 4 townhomes. Now, we have no idea how tall these are, but they sit on this burn, that raised area. Right now, we can look out across here and enjoy the sunsets and the thunderstorms moving in, and it's just wonderful. And I see deer running back here, and the golfers playing, and it's wonderful. But these, everybody has, on the east side, we have one small window in our kitchen. But as you go to the west side, we have 13 oversized windows. You take advantage of the expansive view. And if these are here, it forms a wall. You won't be able to see anything but the back of these townhomes and looking into the windows of other people's lives. That's not what we bought. That's not the dream. That's not my retirement dream. So I'm going to give you my name and number, and I'm current president of the Green Acres Estates Homeowners Association, and we can get a meeting scheduled with all the homeowners, and we can talk about this. Maybe this is your green space for a park. You've got, what, 21 other townhomes right here? Maybe you can say, hey, we can live without those 4. But that way, you can still have our view, and our enjoyment of our property will still be there. Thank you.
We got Charlie Deckler and then Jim Blythe.
Charlie Deckler, 2209 Fifth Avenue. I can't add a lot more to already emphasized today. I live on 10th Avenue. I'm on the south side. I see proposal that there's possible street coming in behind us. And one of the things we love about Deer Run, not only the golf course, but the scenery, the almost being in the country living, but not being in the country living. That makes any sense. I realize that as a business person, you got to make money. I've been in management most of my career. It's a tough one. I have to agree with it, but there's a lot of things in here, and again, it's come up several times in the house cost. Where our house value is going to go on. The one thing I will say, I've golfed at Deer Run off regularly. My wife says too regularly. But one thing that the course did have, with the way it was designed, was it played different every day. It was very unique. A lot of people from business associates that come in, family that comes in, and play Deer Run and say, okay, do you want to play another course tomorrow? No, let's go back and play that one. That plays completely different. So whatever you do, we have to keep the character. Thank you for your time.
I am going to ask that if your no, you're fine, sir, sorry. If your comment is something that has already been stated, that we move past that, because we still have a lot of discussion to have. So that being said, is there anybody else that would like to speak publicly on this item?
Only again, Jim Blythe was next, so we'll keep the order here, and then if there's, again, as Courtney said, I think if anybody doesn't need to speak anymore, if those comments have already been said, we can move past that, and then we'll take anybody extra at the end.
Okay.
My name is Jim Blythe. My wife Cindy and I have lived in Indianola since 1986. We were both educators at the high school, and I coached for about 25 years here. And this is our home. Now, for about 5 years, we decided to get a little stupid and moved to Lake Panorama and really enjoyed our time there. But after about 5 summers, we looked at each other and we said, we need to go home. And so that's what we've done. And Jesse, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you guys taking over the golf course. You know, it's just outstanding. I've never had so much fun in this last summer with mostly the 3 jamokes that I play with, but it's a really fun course. And I understand the need to compress 18 holes. It's a big course. I think that's a great idea. But I'd ask you to do it without ruining existing properties and the views and things like that. And I guess, you know, I've got other stories that other people have echoed, and so I'll just quit. But I just want to encourage you folks right here. Understand that this is their first and their easiest and probably most lucrative plan. And that makes sense because they're businessmen, and I'm sure that they've really put a lot of time and effort into it to make it a good plan. But I'm sure they have plan B and plan C. And if you pass this thing and amend something that, I think the definition of amendment is to change something that wasn't the first intent, you get us going down a road that maybe we can't stop from. And so I like the idea of tabling this, having more question and answer sessions and to develop our relationship better, because I think Jesse and his people are good people. So I would ask you to consider that.
We got Dell Johnson and then Craig Windham.
Yeah, now you're allowed.
How did we get to?
Yeah. My name is Dell Johnson. I don't think the guys here know it, but I'm the longest neighbor they've had. I own the farm on the south side, the full length of the golf course. And I didn't expect all of this. I come to ask that we talk things over on this development. I'm for the development. I just wanted to talk over for watershed and a few things like that. And I can see that that's happening. I want to just tell you one little story. Our farm goes down on 110th Avenue. And we have white equipment, but we have to go up and down that road. We got the nicest neighbors, but we're coming with that equipment. They'll jump into the apartment, wave, let us by, and go on. Day after day through harvest. They've been super. And I hear a lot of people complaining, but I don't know what they got that much to complain about. I think it's good. Thanks, neighbor.
We got Craig Windham and then Marty Miller.
Right, Craig Windham, 2202 West 10th Avenue. And I want to talk about Indianola itself, because where this is, it doesn't hurt me a lot. I've been a member of the course, the last couple of years, and we really appreciate what you've done with it. And I appreciate that you think you want to keep it as 18. Now, I grew up on Kenwood when it was Rural Route 2, 1967. My parents built that house, and they still live there. My mom's 90. So the big thing, I had a lot more, but I'm just going to condense it down because a lot of people have hit all the points. But Indianola has a limited number of neighborhoods that offer the experience that Deer Run offers. As we seek to draw new residents to town, it seems poor planning to rezone a neighborhood that currently attracts blue-collar and white-collar professionals, and then reduce it to a neighborhood with high-density housing and traffic, which has been beaten to death, but it's true. This will drive out residents. When that experience is changed or adversely affected, the homeowner reconsiders that choice and seeks it elsewhere, quite possibly leaving the community altogether. Find it. We do understand the need for you to, develop some land. Houses wouldn't surprise us, but to take the Deer Run neighborhood and diminish it with high-density housing will not enhance what Indianola has to offer. That's my biggest thing. I want our town to continue to thrive. And, keep Indianola a vibrant community, we must have neighborhoods like Deer Run. And please listen to what we're saying. We really want to keep something like this alive. We need a golf course like this. We have the country club, Shady Oaks is ways away. A town this size should have this many golf courses. And you can see it, the work done in the last 2 years. I lived here, I used to live next door to the Balloon Museum, but I lost an argument with my wife and we moved to Deer Run in 2017, and I have to admit she was right again. And it's been great. And I just want to keep it continued in a similar fashion. And even if we have to have some commercial development up there, as long as we can keep the course going and keep most of the high density out and not wreck the traffic, I think we should be in good shape. The other question I had was, if you had housing, would you have a similar covenant or so the houses were still decent size? And I know you touched on some of that, so thanks a lot. And just, once the genie's out of the bottle, like somebody else said, hard to put it back in. Maybe we could do a zone for just a portion. I don't know how that works. What do you guys do? Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, Marty Miller and then Deborah Culbertson.
Everything I was going to talk about has been touched on.
Deborah Culbertson and then Randy Culbertson.
I'm speaking on behalf of Randy as well. So.
Thank you.
I'm Deborah Culbertson. I'm power of attorney for Randy Culbertson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Randy Culbertson Trust. We live at 1300 South R. I'm going to really quickly go through backstory, but in 2021, we chose the lot that we chose at 1300 South R Street for the country feel. We were moving from the country, selling 6.5 acres of land and downsizing. We picked that lot specifically because there was a straight view of McCord Park. I'm giving it an open country feel that we were being accustomed to having, and it was also downsizing. There was a lot of stuff going on with my mom, and she passed away a couple months after us moving into the house. So she didn't get to enjoy it as much as I would have liked her to. But my dad and I wanted to, whenever we bought that lot, wanted to maintain the value of the homes in the area. And we wanted to also be able to maintain our value of our home, which is why the golf course was a perfect spot for us. And our home valued at almost $600,000, over $600,000 after being built. And wanted to make sure that it was a unique house for the area because it is such a beautiful road when you drive down it. There is a lot of congestion, as many people have touched on. Specifically, that hasn't been touched on, I want to talk about West 13th Avenue because I'm right on the corner of West 13th Avenue and Park Street. There's tons of people parking on the street. Anytime anybody has a party or anybody has guests of any kind, they park on West 13th. So specifically the area that takes up my view, it also takes up my street. And I have a driveway and a garage that comes off that street. And there's always cars parked on both sides of the road, especially with a house being built. So there's a house being built just a couple over. And for one day, it was completely covered. We couldn't even, we had to wait for one person to go completely through the street before. And that's just for one house. To do something of the magnitude of multifamily homes and stuff like that, it's going to be a traffic nightmare, even as you go further down R onto West 13th Avenue, which hasn't been touched on. So I wanted to make sure and just bring that to everybody's attention that it's a disaster on that road as people park on both sides of the street. So increasing the population also with that lot right across there is going to, any overflow parking is going to be on there and then there's going to be no place for any overflow parking for current residents, that live on there. So, other than our view is going to be taken up, there's a lot of other concerns that have already been touched on, and I agree with all of them. But I also do love the country club. I love the the golf course and that openness, and it's what we paid for. And so I thank Jesse for trying so hard to maintain that, and we do appreciate it as a community. I think we can all agree upon that. But just maybe that we think about resubmitting the zoning in phases, so that it's not all together and just, we oppose to mainly that 61 acre, but also, I mean, there's a lot of other concerns with the other lots, but just maybe phasing it instead of all coming at once, when we don't know what that's gonna be. If they're gonna be phasing it in as being built, then maybe they should phase it as well as being zoned. And then might get a little bit more further with the community, so.
We got Tom, I believe it's Tom Spence, and then Judy Meckley.
I'm going to take Judy's spot. Hello, I'm Tom Spence. I live at 1308 South Y Street. I think I'm going to speak a little bit for the people on South Y and a little bit on West 10th. As you know, the view, the things like that, we all moved out in the country. I'm in the country, city limits, but in the country. Anyway, currently I object to the proposal the way it's written, because if you look down at the very bottom on South Y, they have the road going across the corner of our property. It's actually impeding on our property. It's not on the golf course, it's on our property. So anyway, that's one part. Number two, for the last 2 years, I've been working quite frivolously or progressively on the ditch, right where the creek, or right where the road crosses. I'll just show you. These trees right in here.
You're
in front of it.
Can you stand on the other side?
Yeah. See through. Right here. That's a ditch. It's erosion. It's that bottom area in the golf course is a floodplain. It gets wet, water runs over there, comes in there and it's eroding away my creek. It's always wet there. I got stuff that's washed down in there. I've been working on the last 2 years very rapidly on trying to get the trees, the garbage and everything cleaned out of that ditch coming from the north. I want to build a pond right there. So that pond is going to take place from the south part of my property to the north part of my property on the edge of the golf course on the south side of my property, on my neighbor. Not sure how big the property is, but I've already talked to, my wife has talked to the building or planning and zoning. We got to talk to the DNR, but it's been in the works for 2 years. I've already got bids on it. So I'm planning on building a pond there. My question is, we all know that the sewer lift station, with that being on the bottom of the hill, there's going to have to be a lift station down at the very bottom of that hill. Who's going to take care of that? Who's going to maintain it? Is that going to be a problem for my pond? Because if that's a wash area and it's always wet, is that going to fill up? Is it going to wash into my pond? What's the status of that? So that's part of the sewer lift station. I'd give that some thought. The other one is, if we remove hole number 2 and we remove hole number 3, is that part of the golf course anymore? If it isn't, does it have to follow the city code, the city ordinance of 700 feet? That current cul-de-sac that goes in there is about over 2,000 feet long. That housing development, okay? Is that part of the golf course? Are you going to consider that part of the golf course? Because if it isn't, does it have to meet that qualification of 700 feet long? So that's my suggestion there. The other one is, back in 2008, 2009, I can't remember when the city paved South Y. Can't remember exactly what year it was. It was a disaster, okay, trying to get up and down that road when they did that. There was no means of any egress to get in and out. They had to build a dirt road on the side. When that was all said and done, the city council stated they would not approve any more the street of south-wide development unless there was a secondary outlet. When that south-wide was developed. There is no secondary outlet. One way in, one way out. So you're gonna put a cul-de-sac in down there and impede all the view from Southwest 10th, us, and then all the traffic coming in and out on South Y Street. So it's one way in, one way out. There's no secondary outlet. So it's going to increase traffic. I already stated, I lived there since 2009. So for 13 years, I have maintained weeds, ditch, trees, garbage along the north edge about 15 to 20 feet into the golf course to keep that stuff off my property. I've been in contact with the old owners, the new owners, no response. I haven't gotten a phone call. I haven't gotten any confirmation on what's going on. I had to file a complaint with the city, with Chuck's office to see if that's ever going to get done. We got tires down in the ditch. We got garbage out on the north side. So with my impression is the fact that these owners would want to work with all the homeowners around the golf course, I would have to say false because I haven't been contacted. Outside of that, do you have any questions for me? I would just say that taking consideration of the cul-de-sac, sewer system, my pond, which will be done next year, I hope. And then also the secondary egress and the cul-de-sac for like 700 feet.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
The person speaking for Judy Meckley is next, and then after that, Ruth Engelbrecht.
I'm John Rabine. I live at 2127 West 4th Avenue. Golf course is in my backyard. My concern is not so, what I really want to do is bring up to you people, back when our townhomes were built, I don't know who was running the city council, but they made some weird decisions. We've got a pump house. We have to pump our sanitary sewer system up into the city because the city wouldn't let us put in sanitation sewers to hook on the street, which we own that street. Well, I'm speaking for myself right now. I'd have to talk with the rest of the owners. But if we have an easement at the end of our street, these people need, if they would take out our pump house and put us on the city sewer, we might be able to strike a deal there. I mean, yes, I've traded for horses before, so. Another complaint I have is being our street is privately owned. We have storm sewers on it. But we pay you people, or the city, $6 a month for the waste, runoff. I think that's robbery. I think you guys are shysting us. Because the storm sewers run to the west, comes down between my building and the building to the north of us. Empties out in the grass, goes down, there's a berm there. Why they put that there, I don't know, but there's two culverts going through that berm to relieve storm water. And they put a big ditch starting at the south end down to that. It doesn't need to be there. So if they do start digging, I want them to fill it in. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry if I'm too blunt, but that's just the way I am.
Thank you so much.
And Ruth Engelbrecht, and then Bridget Edgington. Is Bridget Edgington here?
Bridget Edgington, 2603 West 10th Avenue. I moved back to Indianola after 25 years, about a month ago, personal reasons. I go to work every morning. I hope the traffic study gets done for South Y Street because I have to leave work early because I'm stuck at traffic at 6:45 in the morning. And when I come home, I already know it's been discussed, I'm already stuck to turn left on South Y for almost 8 minutes. So I hope the traffic study gets done. I'm very blessed that the golf course got done. I have seen that for 18 years at my parents' house. Views are amazing. I don't want to see something else taken away from everybody that bought that land years ago. More townhomes, more things. We're in front of hole 2. Just don't want to see that go. It's beautiful. I appreciate the time. I appreciate the upkeep of the 18 hole, and that's where I stand. Thank you.
Okay, we got Wilford Ripperger and then Scott Meston.
Wilford Ripperger, and I own a condo in Green Acres Estate. 17 condos over there, and one of the reasons we bought there was set up in the living room. I had a nice view, scenery and stuff, patio downstairs. With all these other buildings going up on the other side of us, it'd be like us looking right into a building. We feel it's going to lower the value of our property. That's one reason we're against it. Another reason is the extension of West 4th Avenue. That's a real narrow street. Cars parked along it. Kids ride their bikes out in there. It's going to be congested. We want to extend that 4th Avenue, be going across Green Acres Estate, and we're dead set against that. You got ground along Highway 92, easy access to go in. You can put your street in there. You can do that for a fraction what this street's going to cost you to extend out there. And we're going to use a deal with it. We're not dead set against that extension of West 4th Avenue. When you got access up there, just a fraction, you could put your street in. That's all I got to say.
Scott Meston and then Adam Vandekamp. Is Adam here? How about Jason Bergen?
My name is Jason Bergen. I live at 1006 South Y Street. I just wanted to talk briefly about the design of the golf course. Deb, you had mentioned it, that it was going to not become a par 3, and you guys had shook your head like you have a plan for that.
Not going to be a par 3.
You have a plan that it's not going to be a par 3. Because I'm looking at the interest in our youth, in our community, surrounding communities. We've seen some tournaments that have been hosted out there at the golf course, some junior PGA sanctioned, and that's pretty amazing. I think that's cool. That's also something that's very good for our community. In order to do that, we'd need to maintain at least a par 68 to be PGA compliant and par 71 to be compliant with NCAA. So I would like to see some kind of drawing of some kind of sketch or just some idea that you have, because based on that drawing up there, it looks really hard to be able to keep a good solid 18 holes at a par 68 or par 70 if everything is developed as you show. So that's one thing I would like to ask. In order to do that, also too, for us to kind of all feel comfortable about it, we only zone each proposed development per time and not the whole golf course at once. I know that's already been discussed, but another topic I'd like to bring up with the proposed development with the PUDs here and the PUDs up there on the north side of town, looking at potentially 1,000 units. And the city of Indianola currently grows 125 people on average per year. So let's put 2.5 people, one of those residents. It would take 2 decades to fill these units if he were to receive 100% of the new growth in this town. So I think maybe the growth idea is a little bit exaggerated. Maybe it's a little, pushed a little bit maybe, just something that's maybe a little bit exaggerated, but maybe we just kind of do this on a piece by piece as well as the zoning as well. Thank you.
Got Brooke Johnson and then Joe Royer.
Hi, I don't want to bore anybody or anything. Actually drove 4 hours to be here tonight and I have to drive 4 hours back to Dubuque, so I'm already tired. But I am a transplant. We lived in Southern Iowa, then lived in Des Moines for a few years. And we wanted to get out of Des Moines. We wanted that, you know, that small town community with that rural feel. My husband's a big golfer, so we wanted to be on the golf course, and this was perfect. This was actually the first house we even looked at. We walked in, we went out to the deck, and I'm like, this is it. You just look out on hole 2, or I'm on West 10th Avenue, but you look out on hole 2, and you see the golfers coming down. You see the peace and the trees and the sun setting at night. And you know, people are saying their view, but honestly, we bought those homes for it to be on the golf course. If the road, another road, and all these layers of homes coming in, I won't want to live there anymore. You know, who says that they're going to come in and want to buy a lot, build a home, and want to live there too, cram back in there with the neighbor back there as well. I like, you know, being progressive and everything as well, but not when it affects everyone else on the golf course. There's got to be other ways too that we're not going to piss off everyone that already is living there as well. Whether that means maybe lessening all of those, you know, compact housing or the lots down there to make it not look so, you know, the words used, cookie cutter or whatnot. But I was sorry, I'm just really passionate about this, and it's the lack of sleep and whatnot. But that road going down will be affecting and be right on our property line, or as well as those lots going in between. I think there's like 21 homes down there. But there's got to be other ways if maybe the community would want to buy some of the land or whatnot to keep that view. I would like to keep it a golf course or hole 2 and hole 3. But if there's other ways we can figure out, or even too, like, can this be zoned out to be more like commercial? I mean, I'm not a pro in real estate or whatnot, I just don't know. But I think everyone is traffic and the views and the reason why they're on the golf course. Why do people want to come here to this golf course if they don't get the golf course feel of whatnot? Also, have we asked the golfers about this? Do they want to golf in this area when the homes and compactness is all around it? Like they go to Deer Run because of the beauty. When we're golfing it and we see all this, it's just that openness feel, and it really, you know, brought us to live there and brought us to golf there as well. Telling all of our friends to come and golf too. Sorry, I'm just shaky and passionate and probably just really tired. I got down to 60-hour shift and drove across here now. So, and I also do apologize for calling you greedy. On the Facebook page, I was just a little passionate when I did that. I get it, you're just trying to make money, but I hope that there's other ways that you can try to make money before we, you know, get rid of all the residents that live there, because I don't think anyone wants to live there.
It's better than the Nazi reference, so thank you.
Oh yeah, but I know, I apologize if I didn't understand. I thought it was gonna be 9 bullets, but it's been told. So I corrected that right away. But we're all just passionate here. I know we're all tired, but we don't want to leave. We want it to keep it a golf course. We want you to make money, but we also bought those homes for a reason. Build that right there, we won't be on the golf course anymore.
Joe Royer is the last one I have on the list. Last one.
Doesn't mean you get a closet longer.
No, I won't reiterate things. Joe Royer, 2503 West 10th Avenue. My wife and I moved to Indianola in '93. And I guess first of all, I'd like to just thank Wally and Jess for coming chatting with us. I know you probably feel under attack today. I really appreciate the additional clarity you provided around some of your thoughts. All that being said, though, I think it would help the community a lot. And you've kind of heard it come out in different tones here, but just a little more sharing of plan and kind of what we're looking at. And I don't criticize yourselves. I mean, you have to kind of understand this community, and I think I speak for probably everybody in here. We've had several different projects in this city that have probably fell a little short of expectation, I would say.
Want me to point finger at anybody? I'm not gonna point a finger at anybody. It's probably a combination of things. So if there's any hesitancy, I would say some of it stems from that. So kind of take that into consideration as well. But when it comes to planning, it's not just the plan of this development that I guess I would like to see. To echo what Jason said, 1,000 new really in Indianola. I've been here a long time. It doesn't grow like that. But I sit here and I listened to the online thing tonight and we approved, I don't know how many zoning changes for new housing, and I don't see anything or heard anything that the city's doing about helping the infrastructure. If you look at these communities around us that have built and grown, and I'm not saying I want to be that. If I want to be in Waukee, I would move to Waukee. I don't want that. But if we want them to grow like a Norwalk, and you see how they grow, they build the infrastructure first, then they bring the development. We seem to want to do things backwards. And it's painful and it hurts and people get upset. So that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Do you have anybody else in the audience that is here to speak on this item?
I do real quick.
Got somebody's phone up here.
This will just take a second.
I might as well just leave my phone up there.
Debbie Ritchie, 2107 West 4th Avenue, just real quick. Looking at even the Emerald Bay, I didn't realize that was going up. Are we looking at the schools, thinking of the amount of children that are going to be attending the schools? My mother was a bus driver. They're always looking for bus drivers. We're already down bus drivers, and now we're going to have more children. I don't know how that's going to work. So I think that should be part of your consideration as well.
Applicant like to address any of the?
Want me to do this one? I can do it, that's fine. I don't really have a ton of new questions, I don't think, that were asked there. There's not a lift station needed if we did develop down on the south there. I'll reiterate, we're hoping we would never have to do that. It's just to make this potentially work long-term and always be an 18-hole golf course. If further things were needed, these were areas that we pulled out. I could see this hopefully not happening, like I said. To answer your question, we have looked at different options that even played the course, you know, there's a big no-mo area in here that's very underutilized. It's just hard to get any development in here. I know everybody would love to see somehow we develop in the middle of this, don't block anybody's view. It's just not practical. It relocates the whole course. It shuts it down, you might as well start over. So we're trying to pick out the pieces like driving range, very much so underutilized. There's other ways to deal with warming up and stuff like that with simulators and stuff, things that Allison turned us on to that help her not only be profitable in the summertime, but also in the winter. So things that would be incorporated into this build out with the clubhouse. But we have looked at options here. Nothing super serious though, because hopefully we'll have to do that. So those haven't, you know, we have, and it's very expensive too, to even just have that designed, to have someone come in and redo that. You know, you're changing your trails and your greens are very expensive. So hopefully we don't have to go that route. The mess, obviously, we're working to get that mess cleaned up. We inherited that mess. It's probably been there 20 years and nobody made the person before us clean it up, but we're gonna clean it up. This was not the first, I heard a comment, this was the first and probably most lucrative option. That's not true. The sewer main on this property is down on the south by the dam for the big pond. We literally are running thousands of feet of 8-inch sewer main all the way up through the property. And so we don't shut down the golf course, we're gonna directional bore all of that. That is not cheap. There is no reason to do it that way unless what we're trying to do is preserve the 18-hole golf course as it sits, keep it open, and try to develop everything north first to make the rest work. And that's why, too, there is some higher density up there to make all the numbers work and to make the golf course viable, maintainable for a new owner. And keep it an 18-hole golf course and hopefully keep it the way it sits today. So those are things we did look at. It wasn't just, hey, this is gonna be the way we can make the most money here. That wasn't it. I missed anything else, or if you guys want to start firing away?
Yeah, do we have questions from the commission?
Is the city willing, or city, I mean, obviously, traffic is, I lived here for a while. I have friends live down there. I don't like going to their house because it's awful. I drive a trailer every day. You can't live on that. A guy talks about, I went down last week and I saw a boat. I was like, how's that guy get his boat down, you know? Gotta drive over the median. So, you know, from the get-go, traffic's an issue. Whether this happens or not, something needs to happen on R. That's a whole other conversation. So I assume the city is planning on kicking in and you know, being a part of this development process, because what's going on with this development is a whole other issue with that traffic. So, you know, I assume that that's part of the site plan development. The
Yeah,
city starts talking, helping with that.
That was a recommended condition is the traffic study, and we'll partner with them on that. And not necessarily financially partner with them, but we'll partner with them in reviewing it, making sure that, you know, what's to be said in the traffic study gets implemented through the site planning process, through any subdivision process that we need to do. So that's part of the process, yeah.
And is there any proposals to reduce the speed limit going west? As, I mean, I'm a business owner on the north side, pulling trailers out every single day, and it is, you know, it is already difficult now, you know, on and off there. It has helped with the center turning lane, but, you know.
And a lot of this, so I'm not the most expert person to talk about this, and I know our public works director has inquired with the DOT on this exact subject quite a few times on both speed limits, stoplights, stop signs, anything on the highway. And typically what we're told from the DOT is that the warrants aren't there right now currently to have the DOT make any of those changes. But again, with the increase of traffic that this one could potentially bring, we're starting to look at a traffic study. Maybe those warrants start getting met at that point, and maybe some of those things can get changed. But again, until we get the traffic study, we really don't know that.
Did the city council decide to move forward with that west entrance study or not?
Yes.
What, is that gonna look at traffic and what all those?
There's components of it, yes. So it's a gateway study, and what we're really doing is we're looking at, it kind of started with the west gateway, but as we expanded on it a little bit, we're looking at all of the gateways into the city. There is a traffic component to those studies where we'll look at kind of improvements that can be made through those processes. But you know, the big focus is probably going to be on the west side because that's where the effort has been so far, but we're not there yet. We haven't had a kickoff meeting on that because it was just approved a couple Mondays ago.
The corner, currently, what are we currently zoned, right there along 92 from Y Street to
Commercial.
So,
yep.
We're changing that? Or not?
No, not on that particular portion there. Matter of fact, I think, looking at, I'll look at the current zoning map here really quick. I don't know if we have, oh yeah, we do have it. So yeah, that commercial zoning you can see in the red there. I don't know how far that goes back, but my guess is just looking at it, it's probably pretty similar to what they're proposing right now with where that commercial zoning currently is.
It's like it goes through the pond, as far back as about the upper third of the pond anyway.
Yeah. Don't know exactly, but it's pretty dang close.
So they could move forward with that right now?
The commercial? As the zoning lays, yes.
What will the commercial properties be? Could you tell us that? Because again,
We have several
my
people that
association
have-
is going to be affected by that.
Yeah, we have several people that have shown interest, but nobody that's either willing to be named right now, or like I said earlier, they want to see the infrastructure go in, they want to know timing of when the streets will go in. Like, I think Wally alluded to some restaurants. We heard of a restaurant, mini golf course concept. We were talking to a dollar store for a while. I don't know what happened there, but, you know, there's other ones.
I'm just concerned because my small association is going to be.
An IHOP, I heard an IHOP.
Well, that was
No, I'm making that up.
by your entrance. That was 2 years ago. But you're going to put a sidewalk in there, right? There's going to have to be a sidewalk.
That'd be required, yes.
Yes, and then there's a right of way. So how much?
That would all come out in the design phase of it, and that would go through several more processes. Wally would submit, you know, the layouts for those lots. It would show all that kind of stuff at that point. That's not what we're even trying to talk about today.
Yeah, understand.
So when you're talking about developing the infrastructure, are we talking about infrastructure for those commercial lots that sewer comes
Yeah.
all the way from the south?
Yeah. Yeah, everything to service up here, we're tying in down here. That's how much, I mean.
And there is sewer in 92, but we've talked about this, it is very shallow and.
8 to 10 feet deep, it doesn't really service any.
It's 4 feet.
Okay, that one's 4 feet deep, I think there's another one over here that's 8 to 10 feet deep, that doesn't work.
But we can't get to.
So the only good option, if we're going to start on the north, is to bring the sewer all the way up from that location. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, that's why I reiterate it, it wasn't the first and most lucrative option. We're spending a lot of money in infrastructure just to get it up there. You will even sell a lot.
Put deep sewers for slab on grade?
4 foot, it's 4 foot in the road, 4 foot.
Sanitary sewer on the south side of 92?
North side of 92, those businesses is like 4.5 feet deep.
Our ground falls off too, you gotta remember.
The one that's 10 foot deep over on, just by where R intersects at that first intersection, that's 8 to 10 feet deep. By the time I run it, I can't run it on normal slope. It just doesn't.
About the sewer that comes from Y Street, actually all the way from north on Y, crossing 92, and goes on the frontage of Highway 92.
Very shallow.
Is it really?
About 4.5 feet. Barely enough to service.
We have a pump station at the golf course to get our sewer up to that. We don't have basements.
That kind of makes sense. Your lift station's way below.
But we don't have any, all we have is ground level stools. I mean, so that's, essentially, that's the new commercial area, and we can't even service our little clubhouse.
So can I ask, and I assume you've at least run numbers, what portion of what's shown on this proposed PUD revision would be required to be developed in order to offset the cost of bringing that sewer up from the south? I mean, where is your ROI in?
Like our break even?
Yeah, where's your break even?
I think it's near the pink and then part of that yellow. We were trying to give ourselves some cushion with the yellow.
Wait, I'm sorry, which yellow?
This yellow is
That
what
yellow?
he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I added that to try and recover some of my dollars just because it's that actually has some services next to it, so it's a lot easier to develop it. The ones to the north, it's just I mean, I'm running from bottom of the pond there all the way up.
There's some additional things to really answer that truthfully. We have to know that some of these concepts are going to be approved or, you know, there's a lot more design that would have to go into that to get exact numbers. But really, we felt like the stuff up at the top gives us a good chance to justify that, and the rest would help make it make more sense. But hopefully, at that point, we've, with the new clubhouse and everything, increased the value of the golf course, made it profitable to where it'd be appealing for someone to come in and want to run it as a golf course, you know?
So really including, you would have to include this yellow portion
Up top, yeah, everything, yeah.
Everything up top is
Yeah.
essentially required.
Make it make sense to run that sewer from down there.
One on the right's just my 10% contingency, right? We could probably look at something again, but
That sewer we're running, it doesn't feed that thing, the piece on the right, yeah.
no, that's just trying to get bonus.
Right.
So I have some room in case we have cost overruns, which I know will hit a boulder. I mean, we're just gonna be going and
If that piece on the right-hand side, the yellow, it rather isolates that corner up there.
that's actually still a whole, in our new layout, that's a dog leg to the right that actually turns straight uphill. So there was gonna be some berming at the bottom. So right now,
if you come off the tee, it comes down and then actually comes back up, right? So off of that one, we were coming down and our golf designer said that would make a sweet dog leg to the right for all those slicers. You drive to the bottom and then we create obstructions with berms and trees to not cut the corner, right? To make it risky and then push the green up to the top. Then there was a planned cart path through that one.
Through what one?
Through along the drive. I mean, it just makes it we've done that in many golf communities.
That's your cart path going.
Yeah, you can do a cart path through
Is that the walking path?
There would be a walking path on the other side, but it's shared. It happens in Copper Creek right now, in Des Moines, or in Pleasant Hill. It happens in a couple other communities where they drive the golf carts on the, I mean, it's allowed now, I think, on the street even sometimes. Then the rearrangement for where the pinkish magenta ones are, we're just shortening that, but making it a much harder, that one's going from a longer par 4 to a shorter par 4 that's just a little more challenging. I think they were looking at reshaping the green. If we did the south portion, again, that was the far range out. Like, I mean, we're going from north to south. If we were to do that one takes the most work because we'd have to redo the pond. The pond would have to be reshaped to create 3 more holes in there, in which we have a design for that. It goes through that no-mow area and creates, I mean, it's more, it's just a little tighter, right? With less obstructions. But again, my side of it was looking at efficiency. I'm not saying that's what we're doing. That's why when you asked me, you said it's kind of wishy-washy. That's not that the utilities aren't there to do that cul-de-sac, but that's a rough one because we have to extend paving on the north. I mean, the costs become does it balance right now? I don't know with the housing market, especially since most of we had over, I don't remember, it was something like 500-600 lots that were projected for next year. They're on the shelf. We're stopped. So again, where the market has turned, it's something that's more affordable, right? So again, I'm just trying to give you the ideas. I did hear a lot that people are looking for their views. My design team, I deal with dirt and pipes and the sewer and all the road stuff. And my design team does the pretty stuff that considers views and things. I think they've taken some looks at it. Did you get those emails that I sent to you?
Yeah. Yep.
Can you project those real quick?
1 second here.
So this one is a little further along than Emerald Bay. So we've been able to do some more conceptual work on this one, which actually tightened up what the things look like. I'm happy to share those with you. I was texting my architect and saying, hey, can you send me some of those renderings?
I'll add though, one, we haven't reviewed it, and
No, we
two,
haven't reviewed it.
and two, it's a concept still.
Right.
Somebody else might, yeah, it just.
These are just for everyone's understanding, these are blocking, right? So you kind of create this white block shape, put no features on it, no siding, no brick, nothing is on it. It's just giving you kind of a view feel, right, of what we anticipate. So I didn't know if you could.
It's on its way. Yeah, I'm trying to connect, but it's not.
Is there any more questions while they look for that?
My question in regards to the gentleman talked about the view and 13 windows, or whatever. It sounded pretty compromising as far as those 4 units. I thought was pretty amazing because you still can look across the street at more of them. So what was the?
Yeah, I got his phone number and he's someone we'd talk to because to work together and get that connection as well makes a lot of sense for all
he's
of
still
us.
looking at something else. And maybe these concepts show that, I know there is a pretty big berm there, so maybe something, is it so high that it's looking kind of over those, or, what's the concept there?
Our idea is that whole driving range is coming down for a plateau, because if you've been there, it drops off like crazy. So we have
go
been sensitive.
south,
What?
As you go south.
As you go south, but I need dirt on the south to make my connection and make those things work. So we've done some massings on this. Again, I don't want to spend all our money, right? It takes a lot of money to do this, and we've done a lot. But they kind of told us, wait till, we need to get some direction. So
Yeah, none of the grading, the pipe, none of that's been, he's done a topo of everything. That's when people saw him out riding around. But none of the actual design has been done for any of that yet to really show how it would look.
I'm not getting this.
But I know where you're going with that. Is there maybe a scenario where they're kind of looking over the roofs of the new units, depending on elevation?
We can share that we can share those at the.
We've all had a chance to look at them.
Does anybody on the commission have questions? Or does anybody on the commission want to have a discussion about making a motion for this item? Is that something that?
Yes, I would. I'd like to have Charlie talk to us a little bit about options.
And could you explain like how they vote, what that means? Can you do approve or approve with conditions? Can they come back and change the stuff on the map or what that means?
Yeah. We'll go over all that, yeah. So your questions.
Let's talk about options here. What options? So there are two questions before us. Let's talk about the first one. That is to amend the current plan, as I understand it, so that this whole area would be a PUD.
No, so currently on the comprehensive plan, it shows the area as Parks and Recreation because of the golf course. Golf course fits within that designation. What they're doing is they're taking the pieces out of the Park and Recreation that they're planning on developing as part of this plan and putting them into a higher density residential use.
Can I offer a quick compromise, Al?
Let's finish this, please, and then we'll come back to it. So that's option, that's the first question, right? Do we want to do that?
Yes.
Now, to address Deb's question, if that were done, could they come back and change it?
Yeah, I mean, and then you've got the ability to come back and change anything you want at any time. I mean, this Deer Run PUD in different aspects has been amended since I've been here. Probably this is the third or fourth time that we've gone through it. You know this, and all the other amendments up to this point have been very small little things, mainly pertaining to the houses out on Y Street. So yeah, you've got the ability as a property owner on a PUD to come back and amend it at any time.
Are our houses in the PUD?
The current one, yes.
Current one is in the PUD.
The current, so you've got the current PUD that's out there. The single family residential are shown as single family residential, and then there's a golf course.
PUD.
Yes.
So the first order that I was talking about is to break that into separate PUDs.
No, it's still one PUD. We're amending the overall PUD. We're not changing the current residential. What we're doing is we're changing the areas of the golf course and turning them to residential. Everything else is staying the same.
Residential, commercial.
Yes.
Well, the commercial
Yeah.
stays, is the commercial expanded? The commercial is expanded.
So the commercial isn't in the current PUD. What this would do is bring that into the PUD. The commercial is a separate zoning district right now. It's a zone zoning district. We're bringing that into the PUD.
Okay.
They don't have to do that, but again, as part of the overall plan, it just made sense from our end to just, let's put this all together and show exactly what we're doing with everything.
Okay, if that happened, if the city council approved it, then the next step is?
We go to subdivision, site plan, all of that process where we get more into the engineering documents on those review, the stormwater management plans, the traffic plans, all of that stuff.
Before any dirt is moved?
Yes.
Okay, before any dirt's moved, I understand that.
If you approve it, is it possible it could be developed in something that doesn't look anything like this?
That is a possibility,
It can be
correct?
anything that falls in the
The
zoning
zoning,
ordinance.
right, the
correct?
zoning ordinance, right.
But again, it's a PUD, so as they show it on there, they show these different areas. So they show commercial, that has to be commercial. They show high-density residential, multifamily, has to be multifamily. They show the row homes, it's gonna have to be row homes.
In those exact locations.
Yes.
This is not a rendering of what's going to be there. I mean, when we do the site plan review, we would have to review all of that.
If they approve it, as it was up here, these could always, down here under West 10th, they would always be single family. Over there behind on South R Street, those would always be or not zoned, but townhouses.
Yes.
Unless they came back and asked to change it.
Right, and if they don't, but they don't develop it and they don't change it, it's still in the potential to be townhomes.
To clarify, so let's say Justin's tired of this and is done, the golf course does what it's done, fails. Now these homeowners, if this passes, the homeowners are stuck with the zoning that we possibly approved.
Right. Zoning stays with the land, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Clarify.
Does that answer your?
I think so.
You were talking about that, what you were saying?
Is anybody on the commission entertaining the idea of making a motion on this item?
I would be interested in hearing what he said was a proposed compromise before any sort of discussion of that would be made.
Still has it.
Can you put the regular map up, please? To move things along in good faith and see where we're going with all of this.
I gotta find the PDF document.
That's good enough right there.
That one's fine.
What if for now, we take this off the table, take this off the table, leave this, see where we get and how that progresses with trying to make this. I'm not saying we wouldn't have to come back to some options potentially that would adjust holes and, so I'm not saying I'm never gonna come back and try to do this, but for the sake of now and keeping things moving forward. Can I even offer that on the fly like that? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and then that would be a condition from the commission that, condition of approval that if you want to go forward, that those two areas were taken out.
Other than row houses, there's gotta be row houses over there.
I think everybody's impression of a row house is a certain thing that isn't what I think in fairness, let us show it to you first before you don't like it.
So they're gonna approve it.
No, you're not approving what that's gonna look like. You're just approving the
what it
density.
is. They're
Approving the
a
density of it.
Row house, not a single family dwelling or anything like that, though.
Hard for us to support that when we have no idea how that will look, because we live.
This is in, we're gonna look out our front window at it every day.
I mean, ultimately, though, this land is going to get developed one way or the other.
So you're gonna
That's
ask.
really what it comes down to.
I'm looking at the green right now. There's trees in front of the.
Okay. So anyways, really quick, if we could just focus on action here, please. I'll give it back to you guys to deliberate, but.
Does anybody want to make a motion on this item? Do we feel like we're at a place where we can make a motion on this item, or are we at an impasse?
Seems like to make it viable, everything from the north down to the row houses would have to be so, question is, are we willing to recommend that for that?
Well, what's the alternative? Well, I guess we can play, but it's not gonna change anybody's mind. I don't, guess what is the alternative for the owner.
Right. And that's where I struggle, is not knowing what other options really exist in full before proceeding with just what we've seen tonight.
Well, he sells some to some investment group from California, and they want to build houses all over.
Yeah.
That's one option. Let's face it, that's always out there.
These have to come to us, though.
They still gotta go through this.
There could just be.
So that's a question. If it was dissolved right now, what's it zone, Parks and Rec, so it can only be Parks and Rec?
The PUD shows, the current PUD shows it as a golf course, so it would have to maintain a golf course until an amendment was approved that changes any of that. So in the instance of golf course, you know, if the group was to sell it to somebody else and they wanted to come and develop everything residentially, we're going through the same process again.
Be down and dilapidated for 20 years and nothing but heaping trash.
So my question is there, it seems like the pieces, particularly the pieces that are blocking, that would theoretically block the, is it Green Acres? Hair townhouse?
No, yeah, the Green Acres up
Yeah.
top, West Florida.
Yeah, it seems like that's the biggest piece of contention on what, you know, is kind of on that northern piece of it. Is there room if we were?
No.
Is there room, it's not, if the bottom piece on the bar is, that's off, if that's not included.
It's this, that's what everybody wants to do. But I can tell you, it doesn't work.
What I'm asking is if, and I'm not making a motion, but I'm just saying, if we made a motion to exclude those two pieces that we talked about excluding, then in what remains is the biggest piece of contention, the Green Acres, and is there room to negotiate a solution that is favorable to everybody?
I have one. These will be lots that will be for sale. Anybody can come in and just buy them. You don't have to build on them. We've already had other people reach out to us that are interested in doing something the same. We get that. That works in the same way. These will be.
They parking, aren't they zone parking around?
There was a question about the population. Where's the population coming from to fill the PUD up north and this PUD? Are the studies been made?
I don't think that's the piece that we're concerned about. We're concerned about what's.
It's our concern.
Right. But we're not looking at whether it's gonna take 5 years or 100 years to develop it. We're just saying, when it is developed, this is what it can look like, regardless of the length of time that it takes. I understand your piece of that, but it sort of doesn't come into play in that way.
Our jurisdiction's only to yes or no on this.
I think there's gonna be contention regardless of how you read it. So we either have to decide to make a motion on it or decide that we're not able to.
I think what your options are, you've got the motions that you can do. Obviously, tabling is an option for more information. So if you give two options, well, 3 options: approve with conditions, deny, or you can make a motion to table for more information. Those are the 4 conditions that we have presented.
No matter what our recommendation is, other than tabling, I guess, it's gonna go to the city council anyway.
Yes.
The city council is going to deal with it.
Yes. But in full disclosure, the city council, from the time I've been here, values your input, and this is why we're here, is because they want you to take the public comment. They want you to deliberate, and they want you to be here till 11 o'clock at night, and not them, so.
We didn't even get elected. We just volunteered.
But yes, that's, again, they value your input, so, you know, thorough deliberation from the planning commission.
Charlie, if it's tabled, what's that mean? Like,
Yeah,
what,
what is it?
another zoning meeting do?
We'll have to schedule it for a future meeting, and if you're going to do that, I think we'd want to be very specific on why we're doing it and what reasons and what we're looking for when we come back. So, you know, if there are specific things we're not sure of and you can't make a decision, that's typically where that goes. So I don't want to use it as a delay tactic. That's usually what it's not used as. But, you know, if there is more information that you need to foster the decision that you're making, that's the appropriate motion.
I will make a motion that we table it with the exception of more information on what that high density would be, excluding the two pieces that we discussed in the on the fly.
So tabling is just tabling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no conditions. You can give direction and more information you want, but tabling is just tabling.
Does it take precedent? Is it a debatable, votable motion, or is table undebatable?
It's a table, I'll make some motion.
You table and somebody else seconds, the discussion ends and more information needs to be brought forth. Giving direction of what that information is fine, but when you start adding conditions of, okay, we're gonna take this off, that you can't do in a table. That you can do in an approval, or you can deny, and an approval or denial, both could go to the city council.
I think Al's saying, so like if Jake says he wants to table it, but Al's willing to make a motion, are we still able to make a motion or?
So
Yeah.
if you make a motion to table what you have, so really we shouldn't be having any discussion right now. Somebody either has a second or it dies for lack of second. That's really where to be.
Can I ask a question or no, not right now?
Nope, it's no discussion until there's whether a second or not.
And can you
No
clarify your
discussion, it's
motion?
a second or not. So if someone seconds it, then you can have discussion and the table can fail. If you want, Robert's rules.
There's no second, it also fails.
Okay, I'll second the motion
Now you can have discussion.
so that we can clarify what the additional information that we're looking for is if we table it. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
I want to know what the community needs to know more about that high density. Everything is focused on that. I think everybody is in agreement on, even Jesse is, compromised on the two bottom ones. That's not the
Well,
make or
I
break.
compromised on that, thinking I was gonna keep things moving, though. I mean, this is frustrating, because then, it's not really about the high density. If I put single-family homes back there and block people's view, they're still gonna be unhappy.
Understood. I wonder if a possible clarification is there a way to shift that more densely to the north so that it is consolidated just to the south of the commercial so that it's not blocking people's views? Is there an alternative option that doesn't block the views?
They've already tabled it. I don't know right now. I need to talk to all the partners and stuff, because it really, we're opening up things that are completely different that we have not run budgets on that.
And I think that's the point of tabling it.
I just think there's,
to explore.
somebody's gonna be upset leaving this meeting, and I think there's not enough information out there to.
That's what I want to know.
I think what you're asking is, this is the northernmost townhome. And if you want to have a view this direction, you're saying all. So is it possible? I don't know that unless you move everything to the west.
I guess that's what I'm asking. Is that feasible? Yeah.
So can we not vote on if we want to table it or not?
Yes. You can stop the discussion and.
Call the question.
Give us a second, we just need to take a note here, and we'll get there.
What more information are we going to be able to get if we
Are you guys ready?
Yep. Wordeman?
We're voting to table it or not.
Stecker,
No.
Harris,
No.
Mormon,
No.
Darling,
No.
Vice,
Yes.
Nate,
No. So that's, yeah, fails too far.
So now, since it's majority vote no for tabling it, does anybody want to make a motion on this item?
And remember, we have 2 items to vote on here.
Yeah, so this would be the
And
first
Very
item.
clear on that too.
Just
So
be
if
for
there's
the
any
first
conditions, they should come on the second vote. So the first one, again, is just amending the land use plan.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the land use plan as recommended by staff.
Would someone like to second?
yes. Wordeman,
Yes.
Nate,
Yes.
Vice,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Darling,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Mormon.
Yes.
Now the PD.
So now would be a motion for the second item, and that is.
I just want to say something really quickly, just because obviously this is such a passionate thing for people here. You know, people just talked so much about wanting to preserve, you know, the appreciation for what happened with the golf course, the desire to preserve views. And it really just like from a mathematical standpoint, there has to be higher density housing to be able to preserve views. Like you can't have spread out single family homes and preserve views. And so, I mean, I guess I'm looking at it from the point of view of that. And so I'd like to make a motion. And so we need to, if we want to specifically exclude the areas that were proposed, that's, it needs to be said at this point, right? So I'd like to propose that we recommend rezoning the property identified to the planned unit development zoning district with the exception of the area to the south of West 10th and to the lower right pink by 14th, subject to a traffic study.
One correction, I think you meant 13th Street.
13th, I'm sorry, thank you.
I looked at the
You know
map.
what, I'm usually asleep by now.
Would anybody like to second that?
Second.
Emily, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Stecker,
Yes.
Vice,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Wordeman. Nate,
Yes.
Darling,
Yes.
and Mormon.
Charlie, can I say one thing? She said pink, and I just want to make sure that's yellow on the one, so I don't want any.
Yeah, we got the area.
Is that the official term?
That's the reason I corrected the street.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I said it all wrong.
We're all aware of the intent, so.
It was poorly executed.
Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
She'd like to do a traffic.
No, we're done.
No, we're done.
I mean, unless you want me to give 10 updates of things that we've been doing, like, you want me to go over
Next time.
No, I don't.
Motion to adjourn.
You want to hear?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Okay, I'll second.
Did I do that? I'm starting.
I made the motion.
Get your number.